one of these documents, she included a handwritten note referring to the shootings as, quote, a terrible
you
crime.
can prove that all that in the system at one time, you might have a fucking chance.
Victims and their families and my family. So that actually came out as this article that said Huntsville shooter apologizes for crime. So Joseph Lee was one of the survivors, and he actually was shot in the head. He lost vision in his eye and he had neurological problems, but he survived. When he heard about that or was told about it, he rejected Bishop's apology, and he said this. Well,
If I see you, I'm smacking your mama.
She just doesn't exist anymore. Do I think she's truly sorry? I think she truly wants to get out of prison. I think. Joseph Lee, the survivor of this horrible attack,
That bitch was crazy.
from a heart attack on October 15th, 2017.
It's something crazy. You just can't let run around, man.
She occasionally returns to the lab for voluntary research. She loves that science. She keeps going back. And then this past February 12th of 2020, UAH paid tribute to the victims and survivors with a 10-year anniversary day of remembrance at the school. And they honored the victims. Dr. Gopi Padilla, Dr. Maria Ragland Davis, Dr. Adriel Johnson Sr., and survivors Dr. Joseph Leahy, survivors of the shooting, Dr. Joseph Leahy, Stephanie Monticello, Dr. Luis Virgilio Cruz Vera, Dr. Deborah Moriarty, and Joseph Lee. And that is the horrible story of the University of Alabama and Huntsville shooting.
Wow. Great job. That is bananas. I just think
Yeah, shit, whatever. Part of it I heard was fucking nut as fuck.
Thank you, Nicole, because I will say that tweet Nicole sent, it was the sentence of that lady has a weird backstory that got me, because sometimes in these, like, I don't feel drawn to, like, the mass shooters. It's such a
Oh, that's what nigga. You having a charger,
it's
man?
just so
The iPhone.
dark. It's almost like one explosion
This shit good, that
of
purple
this
thing.
narcissism of, like, I deserve revenge, I deserve to even the score. The whole thing is so dark. But this was fascinating that this is a person who had a very distinct history of violence that just kept getting out of it or lying.
yeah.
That built it.
Great job.
Thank you. Should we just do one big
Thank you, baby.
fucking hooray? Because today we're recording on Veterans Day.
Yeah.
And I think our fucking hooray today should be thanking people who served in the military, who are currently serving in the military, all the brave men and women who either are veterans or are currently serving, because their work is incredible, and I feel like they rarely get the credit unless it's Veterans Day or Memorial Day.
Right. You put your lives on the
Oh, wow,
line
just got
for us, and we appreciate you.
We do. So fucking hooray. Thank you so much.
Love that.
And thank you everybody for listening and for hanging out to what's now turning into our true crime comedy podcast with 45 minutes of therapy discussion.
It's true crime comedy therapy. Let's add something else while we're at it. Let's add beverage. True crime comedy.
Beverage.
Beverages.
Quarantine recipe show.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Mocktails.
And recipes.
Yeah, I love it. Can I just shout out a non-alcoholic beer right now? And what a fucking saving grace that thing is? Love it. Try it. It's the best.
It really works,
It
right?
does. It fucking totally does.
Because half the time, and this, I learned this basically when Starbucks began to get popular. What I realized was I just wanted a drink in my hand
Yeah.
as a thing to do.
Totally.
So it's like, it isn't necessarily, sometimes the habit, the action of the habit, you can just do that, it satisfies you. You don't have to actually do the
It
thing.
completely works. It's so true. Yeah. Thank you guys for listening and for hanging out during our therapy session. Thanks Stephen Ray Morris for audio
Thank you,
lecturing
Stephen.
this. Thanks to Jay and Lily for their research.
Yeah, great research this week.
Yeah.
And you know what? Everybody stay sexy.
And don't get murdered. Goodbye. Let's do it.
Yo. Hello? You said what? Oh, yeah, I'm gonna start up. Yeah, I got the dog. Yeah. Ooh. Doo-doo. I want to got that shit lost here. The shells over there. Some shells over there.
Not that I've seen.
I know I got one in the
I know you
car.
had some, but there's over there.
That's just not. I know I got one in the car. Yeah. Okay. Stuck on parole, still getting high. A man's caught a headshot, still didn't die.
Sparkers, or detect weights, and 40s. What if I'm in the ways out here in orbit? But I'm water.
Oh, that's quick. So super fast ASAP. Yeah. Time. Showtime. Swiss. Ah. Ooh.
Ciao, Tokibo. See ya. Nobi, yeah. Risa, yes. I'm like a snack of vintage. Yo, it's a boy. You are that. You're to me. Nurse, Hina. Challenger King. For some heaps. The noise. Soy, smooth. Spad. Gosa, Legenzo. Né? Sue? Vem cá, o meu fã. Até que nós chegamos.
Here are 4 more stories of the Norse legends and myths. Please listen in a place where you can safely go to sleep. And if you like your stories without relaxing music, please look for the link in the pinned comments and the YouTube notes for that video. And let's begin. Seth's golden hair, how Loki wrought mischief in Asgard, or dwelt in Asgard. The Aesir and the Asnir, who were the gods and goddesses, and the Vanir, who were the friends of the gods and the goddesses, were wroth with Loki. It was no wonder they were wroth with him, for he had let the giant Thiassi carry off Iduna and her golden apples. Still, it must be told that the show they made of their wrath made Loki.
This is how we do it. Jingle big this holiday season with savings at Big Lots.
Please do not listen to any sync recording whilst driving or operating heavy machinery. Please listen in a place where you can safely go to sleep. And let's begin. Sherlock Holmes, a scandal in Bohemia. To Sherlock Holmes, she is always the woman. I have seldom heard him mention her under any other name. In his eyes, she eclipses and predominates the whole of her sex. It was not that he felt any emotion akin to love for Irene Adler, more emotions, and that one particularly was abhorrent to his cold, precise, but admirable, balanced mind. He was, I take it, the most perfect reasoning and observing machine that the world has seen. But as a lover, he would have placed himself in a false position. He never spoke of the softer passions, save with a gibe and a sneer. They were admirable things for the observer, excellent for drawing the veil from men's motives and actions. But for the trained reasoner to admit such intrusions into his own delicate and finely adjusted temperament was to introduce a distracting factor which might throw a doubt upon all his mental results. Grit in a sensitive instrument, or a crack in one of his own high-power lenses, would not be more disturbing than a strong emotion in a nature set as his. And yet there was one woman to him, and that woman was the late Irene Adler, a dubious and questionable memory. I've seen little of Holmes lately. My marriage had drifted us away from each other. My own complete happiness and the home-centered interests which rise up around the man who first finds himself master of his own establishment were sufficient to absorb all my attention. While Holmes, who loathed every form of society with his own whole chameleon soul, remained in our lodgings in Baker Street, buried among his old books, and alternating from week to week between cocaine and ambition, the drowsiness of the drug, and the fierce energy of his own keen nature. He was still, as ever, deeply attracted by the study of crime, and occupied his immense faculties and extraordinary powers of observation in following out those clues, and clearing up those mysteries which had been abandoned as hopeless by the official police. From time to time, I heard some vague account of his doings, of his summons to Odessa in the case of the Trepov murder, of his clearing up of the singular tragedy of the Atkinson brothers at Trincomalee, and finally of the mission which he had accomplished so delicately and successfully for the reigning family of Holland. Beyond these signs of his activity, however, which are merely shared with all the readers of the daily press, I knew little of my former friend and companion. One night, it was on the 20th of March, 1888, I was returning from a journey to a patient, for now I had returned to civil practice, when my way led me through Baker Street. As I passed the well-remembered door, which must always be associated in my mind with my wooing and with the dark incidents of the study in scarlet, I was seized with a keen desire to see Holmes again, and to know how he was employing his extraordinary powers. His rooms were brilliantly lit, and even as I looked up, I saw his tall, sparse figure pass twice in a dark silhouette against the blind. He was pacing the room swiftly, eagerly, with his head sunk upon his chest and his hands clasped behind him. To me, who knew his every mood and habit, his attitude and manner told their own story. He was at work again. He had risen out of his drug-created dreams and was hot upon the scent of some new problem. I rang the bell and was shown up to the chamber, which had formerly been in part my own. His manner was not effusive. It seldom was, but he was glad, I think, to see me. With hardly a word spoken, but with a kindly eye, he waved me to an armchair, threw across his case of cigars, and indicated a spirit case and a gasogene in the corner. Then he stood before the fire and looked me over in his singular, introspective fashion. "Wedlock suits you," he remarked. "I think, Watson, that you have put on 7.5 pounds since I saw you." "7?" I answered. "Indeed, I should have thought a little more. Just a trifle more, I fancy." "And in practice, I observe, Watson, you did not tell me that you intended to go into harness." "Then how do you know?" "I see it. I deduce it. How do I know that you have been getting yourself very wet lately, and that you have a most clumsy and careless servant girl?" "My dear Holmes," said I, "this is too much. You would certainly have been burnt had you lived a few centuries ago. It is true that I had a country walk on Thursday, and came home in a dreadful mess. But as I have changed my clothes, I can't imagine how you deduce it. As to Mary Jane, she is incorrigible, and my wife has given her notice. But there, again, I failed to see how you work it out. He chuckled to himself and rubbed his long, nervous hands together. It is simplicity itself, said he. My eyes tell me that on your inside of your left shoe, just where the firelight strikes it, the leather is scored by 6 almost parallel cuts. Obviously, they have been caused by someone who has very carelessly scraped round the edges of the sole in order to remove crusted mud from it. Hence, you see, my double deduction that you have been out in vile weather,
Wasn't even
and
going
that
that
you
long there.
have particularly malignant boot-sitting specimen of the London slavey. As to practice, if a gentleman walks into my rooms, smelling of iodine food, with a black mark of nitrate of silver upon his right forefinger, and a bulge on the right side of his top hat to show where he has secreted his stethoscope, I must be dull indeed if I do not pronounce him to be an active member of the medical profession. I could not help laughing at the ease with which he explained his process of deduction. When I hear you give your reasons, I remarked, the thing always appears to me so ridiculously simple that I could easily do it myself, though at each successive instance of your reasoning, I am baffled until you explain your process, and yet I believe that my eyes are as good as yours. Quite so, he answered, lighting a cigarette and throwing himself down into an armchair. You see, but you do not observe. The distinction is clear. For example, you have frequently seen the steps which lead up from the hall to this room. Frequently. How often? Well, some hundreds of times. Then, how many are there? How many? I don't know. Quite so. You have not observed, and yet you have seen. That is just my point. Now I know there are 17 steps, because I've seen and observed both. By the way, since you are interested in this case, and since you are good enough to chronicle 1 or 2 of my trifling experiences, you may be interested in this. He threw over a sheet of thick, pink, tinted notepaper, which had been lying open on the table. It came by the last post, said he. Read it aloud. The note was undated, and without either signature or address. There will call upon you tonight at 7:15, it said. A gentleman who desires to consult the matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses have shown that you are one who may safely be trusted with matters which are of an importance which can hardly be exaggerated. This account of you may have come from all quarters received. Be in your chamber then at that hour, and do not take it amiss if you visit wearing a mask. This is indeed a mystery, I remarked. What do you imagine that it means? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Insensibly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories, instead of theories to suit facts. But the note itself, what do you deduce from it? I carefully examined the writing and the paper upon which it was written. The man who wrote it was presumably well-to-do, I remarked, endeavouring to imitate my companion's processes. Such paper could not be bought at about half the crown a packet. It is peculiarly strong and stable. Peculiar paper at all. Hold it up to the light. I did so and saw a large E with a small G, a P, and a large G with a small T, woven in the texture of the paper. What do you make of that? Asked Holmes. The name of the maker, no doubt. Always mournful, rather. Not at all. The G with a small T stands for Gesellschaft, which is the German for company. It is a customary contraction, like our code. It, of course, stands for Papier. Now for the EG. Let us glance at our Continental Gazetteer. He took down a heavy brown volume from his shelves. Eglernitz. Here we are. Egria. It is a German-speaking country in Bohemia, not far from Karlsbad. Remarkable as being the scene of the death of Wallenstein, and for its numerous glass factories and paper mills. Haha, my boy, what do you make of that? His eye sparkled, and he sent up a great blue, triumphant cloud from his cigarette. The paper was made in Bohemia, I said. Precisely. And the man who
What is
wrote
this
the
shit from
note is a Jew.
Sherlock Holmes?
You note the peculiar construction of the sentence.
No,
This account of you we have
no.
from all quarters received. A Frenchman or Russian could not have written that. It is the German who's so uncourteous to his verbs. It only remains, therefore, to discover what is wanted by this German who writes upon Bohemian paper and prefers a mask to show his face. And here he comes, if I'm not mistaken, to resolve all our doubts. As he spoke, there was a sharp sound of horses' hooves and grating wheels against the curb, followed by a sharp pull of the bell. Holmes whistled. A pair by the sound, he said. Yes, he
No.
glancing out of the window.
Leah.
His little brougham and a pair of beauties. 150 guineas apiece. There's money in this case, Watson. If there's nothing else. I think I'd better go now, Holmes. Not a bit, Doctor. Stay where you are. I am lost without my Boswell, and this promises to be interesting. It would be a pity to miss it. Though your client, never mind him. I may want your help, and so may he. Here he comes. Sit down in the armchair, Doctor, and give us your best attention. A slow and heavy step, which had been heard upon the stairs and in the passage, paused immediately outside the door. There was a loud and authoritative tap. Come in, said Holmes. A man entered who could hardly have been less than 6 foot, 6 inches in height, with the chest and limbs of Hercules. His dress was rich with a richness which would, in England, be looked upon as akin to bad taste. Heavy bands of astrakhan were slashed across the sleeves and fronts of his double-breasted coat, while the deep blue cloak, which was thrown over his shoulders, was lined with flame-coloured silk and secured at the neck with a brooch which consisted of a single flaming beryl. Boots which extended halfway up his calves, and which were trimmed at the tops with rich brown fur, completed the impression of barbaric opulence, which was suggested by his whole appearance. He carried a broad brimmed hat in his hands, while he wore across the upper part of his face extending down past the cheekbones, a black visard mask, which he had apparently adjusted that very moment, for his hand was still raised to it as he entered. From the lower part of the face he appeared to be a strong man of character, with a thick hanging lip and a long straight chin, suggestive of resolution, pushed to the length of obstinacy. By note, he asked with a deep, harsh voice and a strongly marked German accent, "I told you that I would call." He looked from one to the other, as if uncertain which to address. "Pray take a seat," said Holmes. "This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson, who was occasionally good enough to help me in my cases. Who have I the honour to address?" "You may address me as Count von Kram, a Bohemian nobleman. I understand that this gentleman, your friend, is a man of honour and discretion, whom I may trust with a matter of the most extreme importance. If not, I should prefer to communicate with you alone." I rose to go, but Holmes caught me by the wrist and pushed me back into my chair. "It is both or none," said he. "You may say before this gentleman anything which you say to me." The Count shrugged his broad shoulders. "Then I must begin," said he, "by the binding you both to absolute secrecy for 2 years. At the end of that time, the matter will be of no importance. At present, it is not much to say that it is of such weight it may have an influence upon European history." "I promise," said Holmes. "And I." "You will excuse the mask," continued our strange visitor. "The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you, and that I may confess at once that the title by which I have just called myself is not exactly my own." "I was aware of it," said Holmes dryly. "The circumstances are of great delicacy, and every precaution has to be taken to quench what might grow to be an immense scandal and seriously compromise one of the reigning families of Europe. To speak plainly, the matter implicates the great house of Ornstein, hereditary kings of Bohemia." "I was also aware of that," murmured Holmes, settling himself down in his armchair and closing his eyes. Our visitor glanced with some apparent surprise at the languid, lounging figure of the man who had been no doubt depicted to him as the most incisive reasoner and the most energetic agent in Europe. Holmes slowly reopened his eyes and looked impatiently at his gigantic client. "If your Majesty would condescend to state your case," he remarked, "I should be better able to advise you." The man sprang from his chair and paced up and down the room in uncontrollable agitation. Then, with a gesture of desperation, he tore the mask from his face and hurled it upon the ground. "You are right," he cried. "I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal it?" "Why indeed," murmured Holmes. "Your Majesty has not spoken before. I was aware that I was addressing William Gottschalk Sigismund von Ornstein, Grand Duke of Cassel-Holstein, and hereditary King of Bohemia." "But you can understand," said our strange visitor, sitting down once more and passing his hand over his high white forehead. "You can understand that I am not accustomed to doing such business in my own person, yet the matter was so delicate that I could not confide to an agent without putting myself in his power. I have come incognito from Prague for the purpose of consulting you. Then pray consult, said Holmes, shutting his eyes once more. The facts are briefly these. Some 5 years ago, during a lengthy visit to Warsaw, I made the acquaintance of the well-known adventuress Irene Adler. The name is no doubt familiar to you. Kindly look her up in my index, Doctor, murmured Holmes, without opening his eyes. For many years he had adopted a system of docketing all paragraphs concerning men and things, so it was difficult to name a subject or a person on which you could not at once furnish the information. In this case, I found her biography sandwiched in between that of a Hebrew rabbi and that of a staff commander who had written a monograph about the deep sea fishes. Let me see, said Holmes. Born in New Jersey in the year 1858. Contralto, La Scala, Prima Donna, Imperial Opera of Warsaw. Yes, retired from operatic stage. Living in London. Quite so, Your Majesty, as I understand, became entangled with this young person, wrote her some compromising letters, and is now desirous of getting those letters back. Precisely so, but how? Was there a secret marriage? None. No legal papers or certificates? None. Then I failed to follow, Your Majesty. If this young person should produce her letters for blackmailing or other purposes, how is she to prove their authenticity? There is the writing. Pooh, forgery. My private notepaper. Stolen. My own seal. Imitated. My photograph. Bought. We were both in the photograph. Oh dear, that is very bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion. I was mad, insane. You've compromised yourself seriously. I was only Crown Prince then. I was young, but I am 30 now. It must be recovered. We have tried and failed. Your Majesty must pay. It must be bought. She will not sell. Stolen then. 5 attempts have been made. Twice burglars in my pay ransacked her house. Once we diverted her luggage when she travelled. Twice she has been waylaid. But there was no result. No sign of it. Absolutely none. Holmes laughed. It is quite a pretty little problem, said he, but it's a very serious one to me, returned the king reproachfully. Very indeed. And what does she propose to do with the photograph? To ruin me. But how? I am about to be married. So I have heard. To Clothesline Lotham of Saxe-Mangin, second daughter of the King of Scandinavia. You may know the strict principles of her family. She is herself the very soul of delicacy. A shadow of a doubt as to my conduct will bring the matter to an end. And Irene Adler threatens to send them the photo. And she will do it. I know that she will do it. You do not know her, but she has the soul of steel. She has the face of the most beautiful of women and the mind of the most resolute of men. Rather than I should marry another woman, there are no lengths to which she would not go. No. You are sure that she has not sent it yet? I am sure. And why? Perhaps she has said that she would send it on the day when the patrol was publicly proclaimed. That will be next Monday. Oh, then we have 3 days yet,
Damn, what was that?
said Holmes with a yawn. That is very fortunate, as I have 1 or 2 matters of importance to look into. Just at present, Your Majesty will of course stay in London for the present. Certainly, you will find me at Langham under the name of Count Van Cram. Then I shall drop you a line to let you know how we progress. Pray do. I shall be all anxiety. Then, as the you have carte blanche. Absolutely. I tell you that I will give one of the provinces of my kingdom to have that photograph. And for present expenses, the king took a heavy chamois leather bag from under his cloak and laid it on the table. There are £300 in gold and 700 in notes, he said. Holmes scribbled the receipt on a sheet of notebook and handed it to him. And Mademoiselle's address, he asked. Is Brimley Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood.
You trying to spread on that nigga like, hey.
One other question, said he. Was the photograph a cabinet? It was. Then good night, Your Majesty, and I trust that we shall soon have some good news for you. And good night, Watson, he added, as the wheels of the Royal brought down the street. If you would be good enough to call tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I should like to chat this little matter.
That shit earlier.
Chapter 2. At 3 o'clock precisely, I was at Baker Street, but Holmes had not yet returned. The landlady informed me that he had left the house shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning. I sat down beside the fire, however, with the intention of awaiting him.
Water,
However long
grass.
he might be, I was already deeply interested in this inquiry. For though
I
it
know
was
where
surrounded by
exactly it came
the
from.
grim and strange features
Inspiration for
which
it.
were associated with the 2
I
crimes,
think it looked
which I
like
have
what I said
already
when I
recorded.
described it.
Still, the nature of this case,
Hill,
the exalted
grass on the
station
hill,
of his flight, gave it a
land
character
over
of its
there.
own. Indeed,
That
apart
little
from the
area
nature
between the
of
water
the
and the
investigation,
grass and the
which my
sand or
friend
whatever.
had on hand, there was something in his masterly grasp
That's a
of
wave
the
of
situation
water.
and his keen, incisive reasoning, which made it a pleasure for me
Sun.
to study his system of work and to follow the quick and subtle methods by which he disentangled
I don't know
most
what
inextricable
happened.
mysteries. So
Sun,
accustomed
the
was
water,
I
the
to his
wind,
invariable success that the very possibility of his failure
that's a
had ceased to enter into my head. It was close upon 4 before the door opened, and a drunken-looking groom in a cabinet inside the
That's hard. Sometimes you can't
face
explain it.
and a disreputable clothes walked into the room.
Sometimes you just create it and you don't got to explain it.
In the use of disguises, I had 2 or 3 times before I was certain that it was indeed he. With a nod, he vanished into the bedroom, whence he emerged in 5 minutes, tweed-suited and respectable as of old. Putting his hands into his pockets, he stretched out his legs in front of the fire and laughed heartily for some minutes. Well, really, he cried, and then checked and laughed again, till he was obliged to lie limp and helpless in the chair. What is it? It's quite so funny. I'm sure you'll never guess how I employed my morning, or what I ended up by doing. I can't imagine. I suppose that you've been watching the habits, and perhaps the house, of Miss Irene Adler. Quite so, but the sequel was rather unusual. I will tell you, however, I left the house at a little after 8 o'clock this morning, in the character of a groom out of work. There is a wonderful sympathy and Freemasonry among horsey men. Be one of them, and you will know all that is to know. I found Brindley Lodge. It is a vision villa with a garden at the back, built out in front right up to the road, 2 stories. Chocolate in the door, large sitting room on the right side, well furnished, with long windows almost to the floor, and those preposterous English window fasteners which a child could open. Behind there was nothing remarkable, save the passage window could be reached from the top of the coach house. I walked around it and examined it closely, from every point of view, but without noting anything of interest. I then lounged down the streets, and found, as I expected, that there was a mews in a lane which runs down one wall of the garden.
It's time to start.
I lent the ostlers a hand in ripping down the horses, and received in exchange 2 pence and a glass and a half, 2 fills of shag tobacco, and as much information as I could desire about this apple, to say nothing of a half a dozen other people in the neighbourhood whom I was not in the least interested, but whose biographies I was compelled to listen to. And what about Chloe Nadler? I asked. She's turned all men's heads down that part. She's the daintiest thing under a woman's arms and hands. Say so the serpentine news to a man. She lives quietly, sings at concerts, drives out 5 times a day, and returns a 7 sharp dinner. Seldom goes out at other times, except when she sings. There's only one visitor, but a good deal. He's dark, handsome, and dashing. Never calls less than once a day, and often twice. He is Mr. Godfrey Norton of the Inner Temple. See the advantages of a cat milk as a confidant. They had driven home a dozen times until the time news, and knew all about it. Sherlock continued. When I had listened to all they had to tell, I began to walk up and down near Bromley Lodge once more, and to think over my plan of campaign. This Godfrey Norton was evidently an important factor in the matter. He was a lawyer. That sounded ominous. What was the relation between them, and what was the object of this repeated visit? She was his client, his friend, or his mistress. If the former, she had probably transferred the photograph to his keeping. If the latter, it was less likely. On the issue of this question depended whether I could continue my work at Bromley Lodge, or turn my attention to the gentlemen's chambers in the Temple. It was a delicate point, and it widened the field of my inquiry. I fear that I bore you with these details, but I have to let you see my little difficulties, if you are to understand the situation. I am following you closely, I answered. I was still balancing the matter in my mind, when a handsome cab drove up to Bromley Lodge, and a gentleman sprang out. He was a remarkably handsome man, dark, aquiline, and moustached, evidently the man of whom I had heard. He appeared to be in a great hurry, shouted to the cabman to wait, and brushed past the maid who opened the door with the air of a man who was thoroughly at home. He was in the house about half an hour, and I could catch glimpses of him in the windows of the sitting room, pacing up and down, talking excitedly, and waving his arms. Of whom I could see nothing. Presently he emerged looking even more flurried than before, and he stepped up to the curb and pulled a gold watch from his pocket. I looked at it and was saying, "Drive like the devil," he shouted. First to Cross and Hackney on Regent Street, and then to the Church of St. Monica in the Edgware Road. Half a guinea if you can do it in 20 minutes. Away they went, and I was just wondering whether I should not do well to follow them, when up the lane came a neat little landau. A coachman with his coat only half buttoned and his tie under his ear, while all the tags of his harness were sticking out of the buckles. They
Okay,
hadn't pulled
what's
up
that doing?
before she
What?
shot out of the hall and into it. I only caught a glimpse of her at the moment. She was a lovely woman, with a face that a man might die for. The doctor said mortgage on the mother, she cried, and half the sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes. This was quite too good to lose, Watson. I was just balancing whether I could run for it, or whether I should perch behind her landau, when a cab came through the street. The driver looked twice at such a shabby fare, but I jumped in before he could object. The Church of St. Monica, said I, and half a sovereign if you could reach it in 20 minutes. It was 25 minutes to 12, and of course it was clear enough. What was in the wind? I hadn't drove fast. I don't think I've ever drove faster. But the others were there before us. The cab and the landau, with their steaming horses, were in front of the door when I arrived. I paid the man and hurried into the church. There was not a soul there, save the two whom I had followed, and a surprised clergyman who seemed to be expostulating with them. They were all three standing in a knot in front of the altar. I lounged up the side of the aisle like any other idler who was dropped into a church. Suddenly, to my surprise, the three at the altar faced round to me, and Godfrey Norton came running as hard as he could towards me. "Thank God," he cried. "You'll do. Come, come." What then?
What the fuck?
Come now. Only 3 minutes, or it won't be legal. I was half dragged up to the altar, and before I knew where I was, I found myself mumbling responses which were whispered in my ear, and vouching for things of which I knew nothing, and generally assisting in the secure tying up of Irene Adler, spinster, to Godfrey Norton, bachelor. It was all done in an instant, and there was the gentleman backing me on the one side and the lady on the other, while the clergyman beamed upon me in front. It was the most preposterous position in which I ever found myself in my life, and it was the thought of it that started me laughing just now. It seems that there had been some informality about their license, and the clergyman absolutely refused to marry them without a witness of some sort, and that my lucky appearance saved the bridegroom for having to sally out into the streets in search of a best man. The bride gave me a sovereign, and I need to wear it on my watch chain in memory of the occasion. This was a very unexpected turn of affairs, said I. And what then? Well, I found my plans very seriously menaced. It looked as if the pair might make an immediate departure.
Damn, I think I just remember what I was
Very prompt and
forgot earlier, but then I fuck around forgot it again.
at the church door. However, they separated. He driving up the temple.
That's crazy. I'm sick. I forgot that shit just that quick
I
again.
shall drive out in the park as far as usual, she said as she left him. They heard no more. They drove away in different directions. I went off to make my own arrangements. Which are some cold beef and a glass of beer, he answered ringing the bell.
Cold beef and a
I've
glass
been
of
too
beer.
busy to think of food, and I am likely to be busier still this evening. By the way, Doctor, I shall
Oh
want you
yeah,
for
nah.
operation. I shall be delighted. You don't mind breaking with me? Not in the least. More running and chance of arrest? Not in a good cause. Oh, the cause is excellent. Then I am your man. I'm sure that I might rely on you. What is it you wish? When Mr. Turner had brought in the tray, I will make it clear to you. Now, he said as he turned hungrily on the simple fare that our landlady had provided, I must discuss it while I eat, for I have not much time. It is nearly 5 now. In 2 hours we must be on the scene of the action. Miss Irene, or Madam rather, returns from her drive at 7. We must be at Brimey Lodge to meet her, and what then? You must leave that to me. I have already arranged what is to occur.
Curious to know
There is only one point on which I must insist.
this shit is
You
working or
must
not.
not interfere. Come what may,
I'm not sure if
You
these
understand?
headphones
I
are
am to be neutral. To do nothing whatever. There will probably be some small unpleasantness. Do not join in it. It will end in my being thrown into the house. 4 or 5 minutes afterwards, the sitting window will open.
Hello.
You are to station yourself close to that open window. Yes, you are to watch me, for I will be visible to you. Yes, and where is my hand?
Okay.
So,
2 seconds.
throw into the room, if you can, and will, at the same time, raise the cry of fire. You quite follow me? Entirely. It is nothing very formidable, he said, taking a long cigar-shaped roll from his pocket. It is an ordinary plumber's smoke rocket, fitted with a cap at either end to make it self-lighting. Your task is confined to that. When you raise your cry of fire, you will be taken up by quite a number of people. You will walk to the end of the street, where I will rejoin you in 10 minutes. I hope that I make myself clear. I am to remain neutral, to get near the window, to watch you, and, at the signal, to throw in the subject, then to raise the cry of fire, and to wait for you at the corner of the street. Precisely. Then you may entirely rely on me. That is excellent, I think. Perhaps it is almost time that I prepare for the new role I have to play. He disappeared into his bedroom and returned in a few minutes in the character of an amiable, simple-minded, nonconformist clergyman. His broad black hat, his baggy trousers, his white tie, his sympathetic smile, and general look of peering and benevolent curiosity were such as Mr. John Hare alone could have equalled. It was not merely that Holmes changed his costume, his expression, his manner, his very soul seemed to vary with every fresh part that he assumed. The stage lost a fine actor, even as science lost an acute reasoner, and he became a specialist in crime. It was 6:15 when we left Baker Street, and it still wanted 10 minutes to the hour when we found ourselves in Serpentine Avenue. It was already dusk, and the lamps were just being lighted as we paced up and down in front of Brimey Lodge, waiting for the coming of its occupant. The house was just as I pictured it from Sherlock Holmes' succinct description, but the locality appeared to be less private than I expected. On the contrary, for a small street in a quiet neighbourhood, it was remarkably animated. There was a group of shadow-faced men smoking and laughing in a corner, a scissors grinder with his wheel, 2 guardsmen were flirting with a nurse girl, and several well-dressed young men were lounging up and down with cigars in their mouths. You see, remarked Holmes, as he paced to and fro in front of the house, this marriage rather simplifies matters. The photograph becomes a double-edged weapon now. The chances are that she would be as averse to it being seen by Mr. Godfrey Norton as our client is to its coming to the eyes of his princess. Now the question is, where are we to find the photograph? Where indeed? It is most likely that she carries it about with her. It is cabinet size, too large for its easy concealment about a woman's dress. She knows that the king is capable of having her waylaid and searched. 2 attempts of the sort have already been made. We may take it, then, that she does not carry it about with her. Where then? Her banker or her lawyer? There is that double possibility. But I am inclined to think neither. Women are naturally secretive, and they like to do their own secreting. Why should she hand it over to anyone else? She could trust her own guardianship, and she could not tell what indirect political influence might be brought to bear. Besides, remember that she resolved to use it within a few days. It must be where she can lay her hands upon it. It must be in her own house. But it has twice been burgled. Shh! They do not know where to look. How will you look? I will not look. What then? I will get her to show me. But she will refuse. She will not be able to. But I hear the rumble of wheels. It is her carriage. Now carry out my orders to the letter. As he spoke, the gleam of the sidelights of the carriage came round the curve of the avenue. It was a smart little landau which rattled up to the door of Brimley Lodge. As it pulled up, one of the little men and the boy dashed forward to open the door in the hope of earning a copper, but was elbowed away by another loafer who had rushed up with the same intention. A fierce quarrel broke out, which was increased by the 2 guardsmen who took sides with one of the loungers and by the scissors grinder who was equally hot upon the other side. A blow was struck, and in an instant a lady had stepped from her carriage and was the centre of a little knot of flushed and struggling men who struck savagely at each other with their fists and sticks. Holmes dashed to the ground to protect the lady, but just as he reached her, he gave a cry and dropped to the ground, with the blood running freely down his face. At the fall, the guardsmen took to their heels in one direction, and the loungers the other, while a number of better-dressed people, who had watched the scuffle without taking part in it, crowded in to help the lady and to attend to the injured man. Irene Adler, as I will still call her, she stood on top with her superb figure outlined against the lights of the hall, looking back into the street. "Is this poor gentleman much hurt?" she asked. "He is dead," cried several voices. No, there's life in him," shouted another, "but he'll be gone before we can get him to hospital." "He's such a brave fellow," said a woman. "They would have had the lady's purse and watch."
You're not giving much of an impression of the rooms in which...
They were a gap, and a rough one too. He's breathing now. He can't lie in the street. May we bring him in, ma'am? Surely. Bring him into the sitting room. There is a comfortable sofa this way, please. Slowly and solemnly, he was borne into Brimley Lodge, and lay down in the principal room while I still observed the proceedings from my post by the window. The lamps had been lit, but the blinds had not been drawn, so that I could see Holmes as he lay upon the couch. I do not know whether he had seized with compunction at that moment for the role he was playing, but I know that I never felt more heartily ashamed of myself in my life than when I saw the beautiful creature against whom I was conspiring, all the grace and kindliness with which he waited upon the injured man. And yet it would be the blackest treachery to Holmes to draw back now from the part which he had entrusted me. I hardened my heart and took the smoke rocket from under my ulster. After all, I thought, we are not injuring her, we are but preventing her from injuring another. Holmes had sat upon the couch, and I saw him motion like a man who was in need of air. A maid rushed across and threw open the window. At the same instant, I saw him raise his hand, and at the signal, I tossed my rocket into the room with a cry of fire. The word was no sooner out of my mouth than the whole crowd of spectators, well dressed and in gentlemen, ostlers, and servant maids, joined in a shriek of fire. Thick clouds of smoke curled through the room and out of the open window. I caught a glimpse of rushing fingers, and a moment later the voice of Holmes from within assured them it was a false alarm. Slipping through the shouting, I made my way to the corner of the street, and in 10 minutes was rejoiced to find my friend's arm in mine, and to get away from the scene of uproar. He walked swiftly and in silence for some minutes, until we had turned down one of the quiet streets which led towards the Edgware Road. You did it very nicely, Doctor, he remarked. Nothing could have been better. It is all right. You have the photograph. I know where it is. And how did you find out? She showed me, as I told you she would. I'm still in the dark. I do not wish to make a mystery, said he, laughing. The matter was perfectly simple. You, of course, saw that everyone in the street was an accomplice. They were all engaging for the evening. I guessed as much. Then, when the row broke out, I had a little moist red paint in the palm of my hand. I rushed forward, fell down, and clapped my hand to my face, and became a piteous spectacle. It's an old trick. That also I could fathom. Then they carried me. She was bound to have me in. What else could she do? And in her sitting room, which was the very room which I suspected, it lay between that and her bedroom, and I was determined to see which. They laid me on a couch. I motioned for air. They were compelled to open the window, and you had your chance. How did that help you? It was all important. When a woman thinks that her house is on fire, her instinct is to rush at once to the thing she values most. It is a perfectly overpowering impulse, and I have more than once taken advantage of it. In the case of the Darlington substitution scandal, it was of use to me, and also in the Arnsworth Castle business. A married woman grabs at a baby, an unmarried one reaches for her jewel box. Now it was clear to me that Our Lady of today had nothing in the house more precious to her than what we are in quest of. She will rush to secure it. The alarm of fire was admirably done. The smoke and shouting were enough to shake nerves of steel. She responded beautifully. The photograph was in a recess behind a sliding panel just above the right bell pull. She was there in an instant, and I caught a glimpse of it as she half drew it out. When I cried out that it was a false alarm, she replaced it and glanced at the rocket and rushed from the room, and I have not seen her since. I rose and, making my excuses, escaped from the house. I hesitated whether to attempt to secure the photograph at once, but the coachman had come in, and as he was watching me narrowly, it seemed safer to wait. A little over precipitance may ruin all. And now, I asked, our quest is finally finished. I shall call with the king tomorrow, and with you, if you care to come with us. We will be shown into the sitting room to wait for the lady, and it is probable that when she comes she may find neither us nor the photograph. It might be a satisfaction to His Majesty to regain it with his own hands. And when we recall at 8 in the morning, she will not be up, so that we shall have a clear field. Besides, we must be prompt. This marriage may mean a complete change in her life and habits. I must wire to the king without delay. We reached Baker Street and had stopped at the door. He was searching his pockets for the key when someone passing said, "Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes." There were several people on the pavement at the time, but the greeting appeared to come from a slim youth in an ulster who had hurried by. "I've heard that voice before," said Holmes, staring down the dimly lit street. "Now I wonder who the deuce that could have been." Chapter 3. I slept at Baker Street that night, and we were engaged upon our toast and coffee in the morning when the King of Bohemia rushed into the room. "You have really got it?" he cried, grasping Sherlock Holmes by either shoulder and looking eagerly into his face. "Not yet. But you have hopes?" "I have hopes. Then come. I am all impatience to be gone. We must grab a cab." "No, my brougham is waiting." "Then that will simplify matters." We descended and started off once more for Briny Lodge. I and Adelaide was married, remarked Holmes. "Married? When?" "Yesterday." "But to whom?" "To an English lawyer named Lawton." But she could not love him. I am in hopes that she does. And why in hopes? Because it would spare your Majesty all fear of future annoyance. If the lady loves her husband, she does not love your Majesty. If she does not love your Majesty, there is no reason why she would interfere with your Majesty's plan. It is true, and yet, well, I wish she had been on my own station. What a queen she would have made. He relapsed into a moody silence, which was not broken until he drew into Serpentine Avenue. The door of Briny Lodge was open, and an elderly woman stood upon the steps. She watched with us with sardonic eyes as we stepped from the brougham. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe," she said. "I am Mr. Holmes," answered my companion, looking at her with a questioning and rather startled gaze. "Indeed, my mistress told me that you were likely to call. She left this morning with her husband by the 5:15 train for a Charing Cross for the continent." "What?" Sherlock Holmes staggered back, white with chagrin and surprise. "You mean that she has left England, never to return? And the papers, as the king calls them, all is lost. We shall see." He pushed past the servant and rushed into the drawing room, followed by the king and myself. Furniture was scattered about in every direction, with dismantled shelves and open drawers. If the lady had hurriedly ransacked them before her flight, Holmes rushed at the bell pull, pulled back a small sliding shutter, and plunging in his hand, pulled out a photograph and a letter. A photograph of Lyra Michael in evening dress. The letter was superscribed to Sherlock Holmes Esquire, to be left till called for. My friend tore it open, and we all three read it together. It was dated at midnight on the preceding night, and ran in this way. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you really did very well. You took me in completely until after the alarm of fire. I had not a suspicion, but then, when I found out how I had betrayed myself, I began to think. I had been warned against you months ago. I had been told that, if the king employed an agent, it would certainly be you, and your address had been given to me. Yet, in all this, you made me feel what you wanted to know. Even after I became suspicious, I found it hard to think evil of a dear, kind old clergyman. But you know, I've been trained as an actress myself. Their costume was nothing new to me. I often take advantage of the freedom which it gives. I sent John, the coachman, to watch you, ran upstairs, got into my evening clothes, as I could, and came down just as you departed. Well, I followed you to your door, and so made sure that I was really an object of interest to the celebrated Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Then I, rather imprudently, wished you a good night, and started for the temple to see my husband. We both thought the best resource was flight. We purposed to be so formidable an antagonist, so you'll find the nest empty when you call tomorrow. As to the photograph, your client may rest in peace. I love, and I am loved by a better man than he. The king may do what he will without hindrance. From one whom he is cruelly robbed, I will keep it open to safeguard myself, and to preserve a weapon which will not secure me from any steps which he might take in the future. I leave a photograph which you might care to possess. I remain dear, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Very true, Holmes. Irene Wharton, née Adler, Waterwoman. Oh, what a woman, cried Lady Bohemia, when we had all read this epistle. Did I not tell you how quick and resolute she was? Would she not have made an admirable queen? Is it not a pity she was not on my level? From what I have seen of the lady, she seemed indeed to be on a very different level to your Majesty, said Holmes coldly. I am sorry that I have not been able to bring your Majesty's business to a more successful conclusion. No, dear sir, thank you. And it could be more successful. I know that her word is influence. The photograph is now safe, as I did in fire. I am glad to hear your Majesty say so. I'm immensely indebted to you. Pray tell me in what way I can reward you. This ring, he slipped an emerald ring from his finger and held it out upon the palm of his hand. Your Majesty has something which I should value even more highly, said Holmes. You have what to name it. This photograph. The king stared at him in amazement. Irene's photograph? He cried. Certainly, if you wish it. I thank you, Your Majesty. There is no more to be done in the matter. I have the honour to wish you a very good morning. He bowed, and taking away without observing the hand which the king had stretched out to him, he set off in my company for his chambers. And this is how a great scandal threatened to to affect the king of Bohemia, but how the best plans of Sean Combs were beaten by a woman's wit. He used to make merry over the cleverness of women, but I have not heard him do it of late. And when he speaks of Irene Adler, or when he refers to her photograph, it is always under the honourable title of the woman.
Watching the clip, it certainly seems that the person doesn't disappear. But has this security camera really captured footage of the teleportation? Or is there another explanation for the mysterious figure's sudden disappearance?
Taken from Arabian Nights. I hope you enjoy it.
Footage from security cameras can often be difficult to verify. Sometimes it can be explained away by equipment malfunction or even human error. With this video, posted to YouTube by user History, it's the reaction of the witnesses that led some real legitimacy to the clip.
The seven
Sent well-lit
villages
bookstore at Crown Missing Seven found a secret man. However, it's unclear whether he's done something previously to warrant the attention.
all sheet that is
Some
in
makes
the
sense disappeared, leaving the book to the reading where he was suspended in midair before it crashes to the floor. The perplexed onlookers will do little more than attempt to process the shocking event that's just occurred right before their eyes.
He was so tired.
Could this actually be real teleportation footage caught on camera, or is it more likely to be a clever editing trick? Let me know what you think in the comment section below.
He sat his murder on the ground.
Uploaded to YouTube by user Michael Dunn, this video seems to show something very perplexing.
Very soon
As the camera holder talks to his companion, another man riding a bicycle suddenly appears in the
delicious
background.
mouthful of olives and vegetables came from the
However, unlike the previous clip, no one seems to have any reaction to the man's sudden appearance.
steamed up. Within
This truly is a case of teleportation caught on camera. The man on his bike was quite successful in doing so without drawing any attention to himself. Online, this clip has racked up a large number of views as armchair experts attempt to debunk the mysterious footage. Some have suggested the man's sudden appearance is simply a trick of perspective, while others believe the footage is more likely to have been manipulated in some way. Despite the skeptics offering several plausible explanations, many assert that it just doesn't seem possible that the man on the bicycle was actually there the whole time. They argue that both the rider and his bicycle would take up far too much space to be concealed behind a single man foreground. As the debate of the man's sudden appearance continues, it seems unlikely that viewers will agree on the definitive explanation anytime soon. To get to that number one spot, take a look at some fascinating security footage of a man appearing out of thin air. Remember to hit that subscribe button, then click that little bell icon there. That way you'll get notifications about the latest scary and mysterious content. This next video has been stumping even the most diehard of skeptics. Captured in the middle of the day in a well-populated and well-lit section of a street, the security camera footage captures real teleportation.
He exclaimed aloud.
As the clip plays, everything seems normal. We see the regular bustle of people going about their day, moving quickly back and forth across the small section of street
Every
that
day,
shows.
hands and hardships and misfortunes.
Over the 30 seconds of video, only a few people cross in front of the camera. However, if you watch each person closely, one of them does something inexplicable. If you pay close attention to the street sign next to the white van in the bottom right corner, you notice that a man seems to appear out of his hand.
That you should give him this pleasant life. What have I done to deserve so
Oh,
What makes his appearance so strange is that, unlike the other people in the footage, this man doesn't enter from the edge of the frame. He suddenly disappears.
just at this moment, the servant came up to the
In
palace.
fact, when he appears, you see him already on his step, as though he's been walking across the street normally.
So bad.
The man proceeds to step onto the curb and quickens his pace, almost as if he got somewhere that he really
Dad
needs
was
to
not
be.
a little surprised in his sons. Fear
If you slow the footage down, you can clearly see that the man does indeed appear out of nowhere.
displeasure of Sinbad. So he tried to excuse
So what do you think?
himself.
Does this man really possess the ability to teleport at will? Or is there another explanation for his appearance? So far, no one's been able to offer an explanation for this really bizarre piece of
That it should be
footage.
taken care of.
I'd love to get your thoughts on this one in the comment section below.
So pressingly, as at last the porter was obliged to yield. Before the sun was passed through the seat on the fountain. Place of honor, such a true
If you want
great
to see some
man.
more freaky videos, then check out that link on the top there. Otherwise, there's a scary playlist right there that you can binge on for hours and hours. Now, if you want to get your name scrolling along the top there, consider supporting our Patreon campaign. There's a link in the description box below. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
More than ever alarmed at the sight of so much magnificence, tremblingly saluted the noble company, Sinbad made a sign to him to approach, caused him to be seated at his right hand, and himself introduced carefully, poured out for him a draught of excellent wine. Presently, when the banquets drew to a
Became a camp
close,
counselor
Sinbad
and
spoke to him primarily,
loved the outdoors.
asking his name and
Every week the
occupation.
kids would go on
Why
a
not
hike.
replied the porter?
Every evening we did a hard hike. And we had bonfires and last night we did skits and sang songs.
And I will answer
The camaraderie
the
was
company
awesome.
that they are equally pleased. But I wish you to tell me what is that you said just now, Mr.
August, the warm summer
This
months.
man, as he
Bobby
valued
Isaac was a 10-year-old camper,
peace began
partly with death.
after the mistake.
He liked to fish. Well, on August 15th, about 6 p.m., Bobby was fishing in a small creek behind
was
the
covered with
When a
confusion.
counselor approached him and told him he was
My
innocent,
dad's head replied,
Bobby acknowledged the counselor and started falling downhill towards
I
the
would
retreat.
come by wearing myself.
As the counselor was watching that, he turned behind him to look. Bobby was gone.
Oh, that's it, man. Do not imagine that I am so unjust as to blame you. On the contrary,
And that's when the search
I
started.
understand your situation.
St. Valor retreat in the summer camp is right
I
on the
will
border
leave
of
the
Rocky
intimate
Mountain.
conversation about me. And I
It
wish
took
to
4
say
days for 400 searchers from the National Park Service, local sheriff's
that I
volunteers, and SAR
acquired
experts.
the wealth and
The
treasure
issues were difficult to understand how Bobby could get lost because it's straight downhill on a very defined trail to the
this is
retreat.
far indeed from being the case.
During the height of the search, the Civil Air Patrol dropped 5,000 missiles over
After
200
having
square
years
miles.
of
This is telling
suffering
Bobby that his
every
parents
possible
left him
kind
in
of toil and danger. Yes, my noble friends, he continued, addressing the company, I assure you that my adventures have been strange enough to deter even the most vivacious men from seeking wealth by traversing the seas. Since you have perhaps heard of confused accounts of my 7 voyages and the dangers and wonders that I have met by sea and land, I will now give you a full and true account of them, which I think you will be well pleased to hear. As Sinbad was relating his
That's
adventures,
when he sees that being responsible for closing the door.
What?
Aspiration for lives away without a word.
Oh, what was that?
which have been left in the
What up, LK Mafia? It's your boy Artie Gibson. Just like that, we back with another one. Alright, y'all, so we got a video from Chills here, man, and this is supposed to be a scary one. This is supposed to be a scary one. It's called 5 Scary Videos You Won't Finish. What? I didn't pay no attention to that. I didn't. What? Look, I promise you, I don't even. I just saw that there was a video that I haven't reacted to. I didn't pay no attention to the bold print that says you won't finish. This video is 23 minutes long.
Presently, finding that Rich is speaking,
That means this reaction is gonna be probably 40 minutes long.
managed as badly.
Y'all gonna get a long one today, I guess. I hope y'all enjoy it.
Remember also
If I finish it,
to be old and poor
anyway,
to
look,
misery.
we about to get into this video, y'all. Anyway, y'all, I know folks been asking, so I'm happy to announce that the Nope Not Me t-shirts are going to be available on the website this Friday. They're supposed to be coming, I think, tomorrow or so. They're going to be available on the website this Friday, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you're on the website when the drop happens, because I honestly think that these shirts probably going to sell out within the first day or two. They're going to be a very small supply. I don't want to have too much inventory because I'm getting ready to move in a couple of months. Which, with that being said, this is going to be the last drop of the shirts for at least 3 months. Don't forget, my Patreon supporters, if you're subscribed to me on Patreon, you guys are going to get that special discount code. So, we're about to get into this video. Man, yeah, again, this is 5 scary videos you won't finish. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Y'all boys, girls ready? Lights off.
It said lights on. This little light bulb.
The following videos are so scary that I don't think you can handle all of them. Number 5. A YouTuber named Wilcom Shai is on a mission to explore and respond to places in Pakistan faster than anyone in the history of ghost hunting. Since August of 2019, he has investigated no less than 60 paranormal locations. But for time's sake, let's focus on these top 3 scariest ones. In September of 2019, he travels to a house possessed by demonic desert spirits called jinns. He takes a single step in the first room, and waits for the full presence wanting him to stay away. When the door across the room closes so slowly, you can watch the sound of his pen around then the spirit just listens a few steps forward. A ghostly white arm reaches for the knob to shut his rest of the way, at which point his flashlight turns itself off. The same door clatter loses again behind him, someone on the other side, but whether it's a ghost or a member of his crew is what I want to know. Also, what is he saying here to provoke such an angry response?
Nothing to do with it. Yeah, that's probably what happened, because I'll be slugs. You and I both. If we going into a room where doors just closed, the first place we gonna point that thing on camera at is the freaking door, and behind the door where it just closed. This man walks in the room, starts from the right. Really? Starts from the right with the camera way up. Somebody could easily duck down below and run up out the room.
But weary and
Do I look like I was born yesterday? Clearly I don't.
But that's when he sees it. The thing responsible for closing the door.
What?
Apparition he drives away without a word.
Oh, what was that?
Sure, but also questionable. Because he sees the ghost and it enters the room looking the exact opposite way for some reason.
Why is he doing that? I swear he got as dumb as they come. I want to smack this dude. It was. So you telling me you didn't see the ghost walk across the room from right to left? You didn't see that? You just go in the room and immediately again point your camera to the right. Boy, I swear, ooh, I can't deal with ignorant folks. I would never go on a ghost hunt with somebody like this. You've done 60 of these? How are you still alive? You're too reckless. No. Nope. Not me.
You think that they could additionally add in the ghost later?
For real?
Next, he hears something so weird and unexplained. What? It almost has to be edited. Let me know if you think it's legit, because if so, then this is pretty much proof of the supernatural. Voices, perhaps children, whose lives the jinn has snapped. The ghost hunter understandably seems reluctant to go any further, and perhaps senses a great danger is near. As it turns out, he's right.
next week or next month. Someday we'll need to be somewhere again. And when that day comes, land gas is here. With gas requirements, space for distancing, and efficient air filtration to make your travel safe and easy. So when you're ready, we're ready to take you.
No one sees the inside of this room. As he timidly rounds the corner, I think I see this great figure in a cloak standing on the other side.
Oh, shit.
Itself. It's blurry yet.
Nah, bro, you tripping. Ain't nothing there. Just like there ain't nothing behind me.
Many questions concerning my own country.
I told y'all there wasn't nothing behind me, just a bunch of pots over there on the table creeping me out.
A while away at a time of waiting. Exploring
And on the floor, I got way too many pops. But I ain't mad because I love them.
which was
Fast, but something nonetheless seems to be looking straight at him. The top barrel is its place, and the bottom its outstretched hand.
No.
Arm up.
I don't see it.
He's then
I don't see it.
But on February 2nd,
I'm not in denial. I just don't see it.
in 2020, returns to the home for another month.
He goes,
He's saying that something is on the loose here, but I need your help to translate and make sure. Apparently, whatever it is now in the room with them, so they step outside. They take a short breather, but as soon as they're back inside, they travel straight once again.
one day.
I'm pretty sure she's asking for confirmation of the ghost during this fight, and soon he gets a response. At which point this chain on the nail begins to sway back and forth for well over 10 seconds, completely on its own. Boris Shop or Volkan Shah is determined to go further than before, and eventually he comes across a bizarre straw hut that goes beneath unexplainable dread. The earth looks recently disturbed. Anything could be buried beneath the rubble. He's contemplating the structure when the spirits become restless. Or maybe it's just a string tied to a tree. Either way, he seeks shelter in an area that's just as haunted as everywhere else. And soon he hears voices coming through the walls. At this point, they think nothing can stop this fearless explorer. Doors slamming, golden bones, and objects moving on their own aren't enough to make him leave, but the part that scares him the most is literally nothing at all. A presence that we can't see and only he can feel. Is this part real or just straight acting?
He scared himself. Chicken.
And then looks at the corner as if something had just brushed by. Whatever touched him leaves him too scared to re-enter. I've saved the creepiest one of all for last. A paranormal adventure that takes place on October 23rd, 2019. That's when Volkan Shah travels to a site full of unmarked burials. Many of them are child-sized.
What?
All night and crickets chirp as he goes to the words. And I'm like trans.
Alright, that's crazy. That is crazy. You see this mess? It's a bunch of freaking bumps in the ground. Supposed to be like little burial sites for children or something.
Later, because they sound very somber and sorrowful. The stillness of the night is surrounded by a rushing whisper. It sounds lonely and paranormal. A rising cry of anguish, possibly originating from the other side of life. As he reaches an old memorial, he hears another voice call out, and near loud.
Whoa. That's weird sound.
Approximately 2 minutes later, the same voice laughing. His nervous fears overpowered by a morbid curiosity to see and see who the voice belongs to.
Oh my God. My dad. How you gonna understand and see who the voice belongs to? What? No. I don't want to know who the voice belongs to. I'm getting out. I'm leaving. Never to return again. No. Now see.
They're expecting a hand to bust forth from the earth. What happens next is just as frightening.
What? What? Oh, what's that? Bro.
He checks around the side of the building and sees nothing. He's all alone again, just himself in the graves. I wish Luke and Shaw
Died on screen.
he slows down to a safer rate of exploring. If he keeps this up, it's only a matter of time before something really bad happens to him. At this rate,
You see? Chills, no, look, I swear, me and Chills be seeing eye to eye sometimes. Didn't I say the same thing? Didn't I say the same thing? If this man keeps this up, something gonna happen to him. He already be walking in the room looking at the wrong direction.
he might not even make it to his 100th video. He wants for there's you.
Now if he keep on looking in the wrong direction when he walks into a room, oh, I hate ignorance.
Really bad happens to him. At this rate, he might not even make it to his 100th video. Number 4. There's a YouTube channel called Happy Life that ironically explores some of the most miserably haunted places in all of Pakistan. Happy Life began as a spiritual advice channel, and now they hope to better understand the darker side of spirituality through paranormal investigations.
Yo, that dude's beard is phenomenal. But Happy Life is the name of this channel. Interesting. Interesting choice of name for what this content is. I guess if you switched it up, I mean, look at my channel after all. It's Art Kicks. You got nothing to do with sneakers anymore.
Like this one. This time, the Happy Life crew intends to check out a haunted school where numerous students are said to have lost their lives. Early on, they encounter a poltergeist who is involved chasing them away. This first encounter sounds like it's throwing plates, but then it graduates to a heavy bottle that could have really done them harm.
Oh. Wow, what? Yo, where'd that come from?
Doors also repeatedly close as if something really doesn't want them to go any further.
I swear the cameraman is doing all of this. Everything that's happening to the cameraman is doing it, man. He's recording with one arm and throwing stuff and slamming doors with the other one. Do I look stupid? Didn't think so.
Oh, look at it.
That niggas in the cameraman and recording it.
Oh, snap, y'all. I promise you I've never seen this video before.
Very slowly I grew tired of such a light of life, and longed once more to find myself upon the sea. I procured, therefore, such goods.
I don't know how that fell. Had no reason to fall.
Places I intended to visit, and embarked for the second time in a ship with other
Yeah,
merchants.
I promise you I've never seen this video before. Chills is thinking the same way I am, bro.
The more I look at it, the more I think the cameraman is responsible for all of this rather than a ghost. The objects always just so happen to be filmed from the cameraman's direction.
Exactly. See, I told y'all I wasn't stupid. Look, I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about the stupid people that thought I was stupid.
Coincidence, and the camera person always seems to be within arm's reach whenever the door is closed. So I think he is either kicking it or else pushing it shut with his free hand.
And the way they reacted to, like, come on, y'all need to change this from the happy life to the freaking fake life. Come on.
Get to the very top of the school, they find this mysterious red streak of dried liquid overlooking the balcony. So even the parts of this video may have possibly been embellished. Perhaps a student really did lose their life here.
That nigga gear game for sure.
Nah, bro. That jack was too red.
I rushed to and fro.
Blood turns brown real quick.
situation only gets weirder when they come across a star in the hall that could have been used as a ritual or simply joined by them to make the video scarier. I think it could be real though, because look what happens soon after one of them kneels in the middle.
Tonight, I'll be eating a falafel wrap with sweet potato fries.
Splitsies?
Oh, you meant the food, didn't you?
The way it echoes down the hall sounds forcefully loud and possibly real. One of them explores a room, while the other reports outside the window. No one else is nearby. So then tell me who is responsible for what happens next.
So the cameraman went uphill out of there, just that dude. The cameraman was the one that was responsible. Chills, you know this already. The cameraman did that. He threw something. And the other dude ran. You know why the cameraman didn't run? There was nothing for him to be afraid of because he did it. Come on.
I think inside is too dangerous to go any further. They stick to the outer perimeter. Eventually, they come across a shallow well that gives off a residual negative energy that could be left over from a terrible and tragic event. Something compels them to climb inside. And sure enough, the dirt has been freshly disturbed. The Lord passes left to right over the small grave.
Man, ain't no freaking orb. Oh, that was a bug. Chill. Chills. You need to chill, bro. I saw it flapping wings. Watch.
Sure enough, the dirt has been freshly disturbed. The Lord passes
Right
left to right.
there. It clearly looks like a bug. From here to there, it looks like a bug. Look, I saw it again from there to there. It looked like a freaking.
As he plugs
It was a bug. It flew. Bugs fly. They're outside.
this fragment of human and holds it to the camera. Number 3. Gary Reed Unfrequented World is the name of a YouTube channel that, at first glance, seems chock full of ordinary outdoor vlogs and entertainment. Gary goes on photography and metal detecting excursions, and generally enjoys taking his large property in the Northern Ontario wilderness, often accompanied by his loving family. But something threatens the tranquility of Gary Reed's Unfrequented World. A screaming cryptid deep in the woods that can twist trees in its powerful grasp. But more on that in a second. First, let me talk about Gary and why his observations matter more than the average YouTuber. Born in the small Ontario town of Redbridge, Gary Reed has been surrounded by woods his whole life. Aside from a lifetime of first-hand experience exploring the local lands, he also has a degree in environmental science and understands his surroundings on an advanced biological level. So when he says there is something out there that cannot it probably means you or I can't either. His first
Damn, make us feel stupid. He said if Gary can't spread it to you and me, then we definitely ain't gonna be able to explain it.
Everything that there was up to 18, October 19th, 1994. That's when he heard a scream that sounded like a woman, but not quite. He describes the second scream as a wail, crescendoing into a howl, like nothing he's heard before. He ran through the entire camp, screaming from one side to the other, and it was gone. On April 30th, 2020, he heard it again.
That sucks.
You're screaming.
Yeah. Yeah.
It sounds almost human, but not quite. It sounds almost human, but not quite. This chick's still going on over here. Here it is again with the audio turned. I know foxes can make some weird noises, but this sounds like a person enraged. Camera in hand, he sneaks quietly towards the direction of the screaming to see what he can find. This tree guy detects a strange break in this tree, along with other trees that have been toppled over, all of them facing the same direction, like someone is running fast through the forest. And next to the strange scene is a braided bunch that looks like something strung twisted it into the shape.
Yo, that's crazy. Think about that though. Think about that if something massive ran through the woods and was knocking some trees over and bringing
Let me know if there is any other way for these branches to fuse together, if not by sheer force. The deeper he goes, the more it looks like something large has stalked through. This large trash left by what he suspects is a cryptid that walks upright.
Lay down to sleep.
It's going to be these are not your average boots.
Like toe prints in here.
Yeah.
Almost in the toes.
At 10 minutes and 25 seconds, he tries to trace an outline of its toes, but I think he's a little off. Here's where they begin, in my opinion, much bigger. The next day, he measured the result, and it reminds me of a certain cryptid with particularly big feet. I'm sure you know who I mean.
13 1/4 inches.
I think it's real, but just to throw out a counterpoint, I will say that rain from the day before it overloaded the snow. It could have made it otherwise almost look exactly much larger.
Oh, well, that.
The Tucson Trail camp set up by Gary. This evidence, taken exactly a month earlier on March 3rd, is the most compelling of all.
The spiel screams.
Two days later, Sweeney's neighbor heard another scream so shrill, it sounds like it belongs to a child. He hurries out the door and finds himself alone and vulnerable in the pitch black night.
And of the cunning way which some merchants
A pair of animal eyes look at him from behind, but if he emerges through the light reflecting on his glasses back into the camera. But I get you wrong, because when they check around the same area the next day, his dog becomes agitated and seems not to want to proceed any further. Something is definitely up ahead. Maybe they're getting close on his trail.
their earrings and looks that hatch their young.
Not that its trail is especially hard to find when it leaves a path of giant dead trees in its way. Is the nature of done this? Probably not. It looks like something huge reached up and pulled it down.
With them, when they
That's a pretty big
shit. Carries on the nest and look back.
And half a minute later, he finds this tree branch literally twisted off and set back in place. This doesn't look like a normal break to me, because the tree looks rather healthy.
I looked toward the valley as my grave,
It's about 8 feet.
but I had seen no
And it's got a
possibility
good twist
of
to it.
getting out of its life.
Here's another perfectly healthy tree with green leaves, this time ripped in half by something strong, or maybe simply struck by lightning. Either way, that doesn't
Could have been struck by lightning.
explain what animal is responsible for doing this.
Carefully, in the leather wallet, which had held my provisions.
How you gonna say could have been struck by lightning, but it doesn't explain what animal could have?
chose the piece of meat
What's this about?
we've seen
That made no sense to say that.
purpose,
Take it back.
and with the aid of my turban,
And
found it firmly to my back.
it's dark, and you can actually see
Fixed it,
lines.
laid down,
Those are tooth marks. See all those little lines? Are tooth marks.
I don't know what it is, but I know that anything that shreds trees or streaming is too dangerous for me to be in the same forest as. And that's only what's been going on for the past couple months. There's over a year's worth of cryptid content to uncover. So I encourage you to watch Gary Reed Unfrequented World and see for yourself. In the meantime, leave me your best guess as to what's doing this. Maybe we can crack one of the weirdest modern unsolved.
It's a bear. I figured it out. Everything that did all of that is a bear. You ever seen brown bears be trying to climb up trees and stuff sometimes? Because they real nimble and they can do that. But sometimes them little baby bears be trying that mess and they just be pulling little trees over and they don't know how heavy they are. And maybe the baby bear turns to a teenage bear or a full grown adult bear and they be climbing them little branches, them little trees, they be thinking they can hold his weight. And nah, they just be toppling over like
I'm sure
probably bears.
that I've suffered.
Mysteries, all one area. Number 2, a YouTuber named Seeking Legends has over 7 years worth of videos where he tracks down spirits and cryptids throughout the Las Vegas area and surrounding states.
Really?
Subscribers know he doesn't play up his videos at all. He's afraid to say when he creeps a location with nothing abnormal on.
Good.
This wasn't the case when he went to a haunted forest on February 16, 2018.
Not good. Okay. So he's a trusty source when it comes to this type of stuff. So if he feels like there's nothing there, then that's what it is. There's nothing there. You know, he's not fake. Supposedly, this is what I'm hearing right now. But things are about to change.
In search of the infamous White Witch, the spirit of a woman who once headed to this area along with her family, and who was taken captive by unsavory locals. She escaped, but her family did not, and ever since then she's been living in the woods looking for revenge. She cursed the land before taking her life in the very spot that the hunter stands now.
Oh no.
Paranormal doubts arrive, which is said to be able to tap into supernatural energy to better communicate with any nearby spirits. These are one of the 45 ones to speak with. Can you kind of rap to me? They do mean speak with. There are no approaching footsteps, so it's not so that bro. Eerie voices carrying over the water, just like the legends say, and the voices patiently wait until the command is complete before talking again. Span the rod in the opposite direction of the I don't think it's the bears using the rod. And his hand looks almost completely still to me.
Almost. No, his hand does look completely still. It doesn't look like he's like bending it slightly. I need this rod, y'all. Where do I get one? How much does it cost? I need this rod. Only if I hit 1 million subscribers will I really need this rod. If I don't hit it, I won't need it. I won't need it. Look, the only way I will go to a haunted house or anything or to a site like this or a random nonsense. The only way is if I hit 1 million subscribers by the end of the year, which I'm still not sure is going to happen, even though we've gained 40,000 in the past 9 or 10 days. How do we do that? How do we get 40,000 subscribers in the past 9 to 10 days? That's absolutely insane. But look, I'm telling y'all, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going nowhere if we don't hit 1 million by the end of the year, which means I will never go anywhere. Don't ask me next year, the year after that, none of that. I will not do it ever.
That's some bullshit.
I have to hit 1 million this year, and I don't want to. That's the problem. I'm okay with hitting 1 million next year.
So this piece of equipment after all.
It's not moving that.
So you get somebody in here, and you maybe please.
Oh, shit, no problem with that.
You're able to get it for about 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
Look, it's not moving.
Around and around.
Yeah.
So you're then using that all in the small.
Yeah.
And ask for additional confirmation of the decision to you. Strange notes play. If you don't think this is paranormal, then tell me what you think would have made this noise in the middle of the forest. So he gets a legend and he uses the rod to determine where to go next. And this is where you want to be.
Sinbad again bestowed 100 sequels upon Ahab, wanting him to come again.
Right in front of him?
Here,
These instructions are further confirmed using his EMF meter, and he has a strange sleeping noise coming from deep in the woods that the EMF meter can't
say
even
that the
make.
next day, including the
And this is what you want to understand. And just to prove there was no coincidence, he easily gets it to respond again.
This fool just thanks the ghost.
After a very short time,
This fool just thanks the ghost.
Two voyages. Moreover, as I was still
If if that ghost hurts you, you ain't gonna be thinking of no more. Not me. Not me.
Either free and suppressed to make it go on, supernatural or not. This is all the work of an external force of some kind. Every time it challenges the witch to move the meter, it does so without fail. Like here, for example, the timing is too much of a coincidence to be fake. I wish you could make this divide go on. But it's not going to do anything with it. Must have grown frustrated using the reenactment over and over again, so it decides to answer his demands in a different way. Make the lights go on. If you are so before you say these are just random vibes, look again. They go from left to right one time, and then start over again in the exact same spot, so it's likely not an insect. It's getting dark soon, and the park closes, so Seeking Legends has to leave. Hopefully someday he returns to resume the conversation.
It would be stupid if he came back. Don't you come back, bro? Don't you do it? No.
These words cause great consternation among all the ship's company, and only too soon were we to find out the captain was actually
The witch spirit does his only specialty. As mentioned before, Seeking Legends has experienced something cryptids too. The desert bird is said to be played by skinwalkers, vicious tricksters of Native American legends, who can assume a semi-human and evil-like form. He is able to build it.
He better have some weapons with him. No.
ship's side.
No, I'm about to cut him up. I'm gonna cut him up because I got so many dope stories. More than I know what to do with from my viewers. They hooked it up. I'm gonna cut them up if I gotta use them.
Because of breathing problems, there is worries that no sooner than the entrance when this glow step enough as a marker to avoid getting lost, begins to sway and place all on its own. He's nowhere near where it begins to move, and maybe it's just me, but it looks like it's spinning even harder 3 minutes later.
Yeah.
That man is not slowing down, and outside of the cave, he hears what could be a Native American drum.
Leaving us helpless upon the shore, as we did with Clara, my old baroness, for a reason which not soon.
Hello?
Turning away from the sea,
And with one hand on the camera and the other visible, the angle shows exhibitly him making the noise.
ourselves in force,
Please tell me your favorite. I
feeling
will admit that the drums are a little hard to hear, but this last part is in. Try to tell me what this voice is saying, because it sounds like it might be a different language to me, perhaps even backwards.
towards which
Whoa.
we turned our very steps.
I am
I'm
not.
interested to see if you think this is a skinwalker.
Towards a castle, lofty and strongly built.
That was a Mexican ghost. He said, I am stopped.
Heavily daunted,
It's over-edited, number one. Years ago, I analyzed a video of a giant humanoid creature while roaming the desert in Portugal. Well, new evidence of the creature is making fresh rounds on the internet.
What?
This photograph supposedly shows what it eats, which unfortunately it does. A strong-looking man with a crew cut and fatigues is no match against this creature, as it pulls him towards his open maw. He is not wearing civilian clothing. If anything, his outfit matches those worn at the special ops base where the original video was taken. All of the finer details of the creature seem to match as well. The dramatic bend of the back leg compared to the more developed upper arms. Its cone-like head, its unnatural slouch are all there. And according to this picture, it's apparently a Cyclops creature as well. Of course, there's a good chance that this is Photoshop. If it was real, I think that there would be an accompanying video, or at least more than one picture, if anything.
Yeah, exactly. It would be more than one picture, I think, if it was real.
The person must be devoured. I really hope this isn't real.
What do y'all think? Y'all think that last was real? Which one of these got you the most? comment down below. Y'all know what time it is, man. If you like this reaction, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, stay tuned for more. As always, the link to the original down description box below. And have an already make sure you follow me for your grandma and Twitter and other kids. The next one.
He lay down to sleep, snoring like the loudest thunder, while we lay shivering the whole night through. And when day broke, he awoke and went out, leaving us in the castle. When we believed him to be really gone, we started up with moaning a hard faint, until the hall echoed with our despairing cries. Though we were many and our enemy was alone, it did not occur to us to kill him, and indeed we should have found that a hard task, even if we had thought of it, and no plan could we devise to deliver our sons. So at last, submitting to our sad fate, we spent the day in wandering up and down the island, eating such fruits as we could find,
15 minutes there.
and when night came, we returned
My first idea was to in 1/4 of an hour, you're
Sweet
to
and
the
May,
tower.
any other place of shelter,
15 minutes, 15%, 7
cutscenes and a giant return.
So we're on our way to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, home of the Mothman. I think you're gonna really like this town. I think we love this. We're gonna find a Mothman to be out here.
Beyond belief. Are you scared?
So far, as several of my men the very shallow waves of so miserable.
This week on West Getting Soft, we travel to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, as we dip our toes back into the cryptid pool again to search for the famed creature, the Mothman.
Oh, very impressive.
Did you see that?
That's good.
You'll see firsthand when we travel to West Virginia, which we're gonna do soon after.
What do you mean these?
These are my Mothman clothes. These is the caption of the grips. I grip him by the talons. Yeah, let's get into it.
The Mothman is a cryptozoological creature that is thought to have made its first appearance in 1966. Witnesses have described the creature to be man-like in stature, often seen walking on its 2 hind legs. The Mothman is spotted primarily at night, and its color is tough to discern. Sometimes it's described as gray, other times as brown. However, the gigantic frame of the Mothman is largely undisputed. Across all accounts, the Mothman is a physically imposing specimen ranging from 6 to 8 feet tall. As its name would suggest, the Mothman is capable of flight, sporting 2 enormous wings with a monstrous 8 to 15 foot wingspan. One chilling detail that is reported in many sightings is the Mothman's unforgettable and haunting red eyes. A red described by one woman as, quote, red like you never saw red, end quote.
Moths aren't even scary. People say Mothman and I don't shiver.
I think he's called Mothman not because he looks like a giant moth. A giant moth would have like almost butterfly wings, right?
He doesn't have butterfly
He's
wings?
kind of more like Batman's wings.
Well, they shouldn't call him Mothman.
We'll take it up with whoever made it up.
The Sky Beast.
Sky Beast. You just literally put together the 2 things and it's
Moon Monster.
straight down.
The Cloud Beast.
No, I see some. Let's go through some other ones.
What do you want to see my
Yeah, what are the other ones you got?
The Evil Eagle, Dr. Sky Shadow, Mr. Windbiter.
Mr. Windbiter.
Hey, you know, he's flying through the air.
You said it out loud. You still gonna stand by it?
He's gnashing. That's good.
What about like no, it's bad.
What do you got?
No, I was
say
gonna,
that one.
it was really. It was. I was gonna say Wingatron.
Wingatron.
Yeah, that sounds.
That sounds like a robot.
Yeah,
right?
it's like a robot. Yeah.
It was in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, where the Mothman became famous, hence our presence in the town now. In fact, a statue of the famed creature sits in the center of town for those seeking a face-to-face encounter.
Stop number one. Mothman statue. Looks very ornate. You'll be able to stare at it eye to eye. What's that supposed to be? It means you're 8 feet tall. It's a tall joke. Get it? Look at this.
They're beautiful members.
I was gonna say they're pure terror. I could feel it coursing through my veins. Oh my god, he's got a full 6-pack. Look at that. This guy definitely P90X.
He's like a George Clooney Batman.
Hopefully this isn't our only face-to-face encounter with the Mothman. Maybe we'll find one in the woods and will look nothing like this, and we'll have to contact the board of West Virginia and say you need to change your statute because the boys assaulted.
Yeah, I certainly don't think he's going to have G.I. Joe armor on.
You don't think he's gonna have the bat suit with knee pads?
It's a little odd. These guys asked, by the way.
Oh my god!
The purpose of our pilgrimage to Point Pleasant is to catch a glimpse of the Mothman. But if that effort proves to be fruitless, we can still enjoy the influence of Mothmania that is ever present across town. For starters, there's an annual Mothman festival every September, and Mothman souvenirs sit stocked on shelves, ready for eager tourists year-round. At the Coffee Grinder, you can order various Mothman treats, including chocolate Mothman droppings, Mothman coffee, as well as a delightful Mothman cookie, complete with red eyes.
So this is the Coffee Grinder. This is one of the many locations around town where you could pick up some Mothman treats. You excited?
Yeah, they got a little Mothman lives here.
He does.
It's sort of like a funny little mascot.
Thank you. Good mascot. Oh man. This is nice and cozy. And look at that.
Yeah, feels right.
You think he looks as friendly with his kids?
Probably. I don't know if it was smiling like that. That's better too. Stop that.
You know, your noises sound like so show me Mothman.
That's probably.
It's me.
There you go.
Mothman.
Yeah.
You
Wow, mouse level.
You guys around town?
Shall we eat some droppings? It's okay, this feels weird. I don't know.
It feels right.
Sweet starter and a nutty and crunchy finish. For the adult here. And the baby. I'm greatly enjoying this moment. This is nice.
Really sounds really good.
Now let me take a sip. This is good. Is this what those work boys feel like?
Yeah. Out of gold.
Finally, at Village Pizza, you can order the delectable namesake Mothman pizza.
Oh, you're gonna do that door? I open over the door. All right. Jesus Christ.
This Mothman pizza honors pedestrian toppings with the responsibility of mimicking the look of the famed creature. The clever arrangement is blood-red cherry tomatoes for eyes, bell peppers for feet, and spooky mushrooms for wings.
So this is very fun for them.
He is, without a doubt, a big part of their commerce in terms of tourism. If I'm going to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, I would go there for the Mothman.
Yes.
And these people are on board.
I just like that the town can rally around it.
Some people have posited that the people of this town have made Mothman up as a beacon of tourism.
Oh, right.
Which I
Never. Impossible.
I don't buy for a second.
No.
Nah, I stick to bullshit. Foolproof. Pass the Garris test.
I don't trust that test one bit.
Right. It's because my test. Right, there it is. Thank you. He's looking at me right now.
You need a lot.
Look at
Look at me now, Shane. What do you think of me?
I like this guy.
his vibe.
Oh, thanks.
We got the wings right here. torso, and her feet. That's amazing.
If I saw this in the woods, I wouldn't necessarily be all that scared.
Actually, the eyes would be pretty terrifying.
Yeah, those are actually pretty creepy.
I like it. I dig it. I can't wait to eat his body.
I call him one of the eye pieces.
There's only 2 of us here, so I'm gonna obviously get the other one.
Fine.
You may imagine what a fear it was.
Wildlife Village Pizza. The manager sat with us to share a story of a Mothman sighting.
What's the scariest tale you've heard from someone in terms of sighting the Mothman?
Danny Scarberry's mother. She said that one night she had to fight him off. She came in to get Danny. She was like 6 months old and was in her bed, and she had to fight the Mothman off because he was trying to grab the baby.
He was trying to steal her baby?
Yeah, that was her story. But I mean, she was very convincing, and it's sad to say she's dead and dumb now. But that was very scary.
She fought the lawful husband.
Well, she didn't.
Oh my God.
She didn't actually.
Oh.
She didn't actually fight him, but I mean, she wrestled and got her baby from him.
Oh,
That's her story.
Oh, that was educational. Good. Got my souvenirs. It was good.
These 2 weirdly optimistic pilgrims are ready to embark on our menacing Mothman mission. Let's begin at the main sighting that started Mothmania as we know it.
So this is the McClintock Wildlife Management Area. This is the area of the main sighting.
Looks like that kind of area you'd see a Mothman.
The Mothman is actually very sparse. Not a lot of people out here. Yes, there's
I just feel
It seems like a good road to be terrified of.
During World War II, 8,000 acres of a wooded area near Point Pleasant, West Virginia, were employed to manufacture and house explosives. The explosives were housed in concrete igloos dispersed across the land. After the war, the effort was abandoned, and the area was partially converted into a wildlife preserve that is now known today as the McClintock Wildlife Management Area. In the 80s, it was uncovered that byproducts of the explosives had critically contaminated the land. And yet, to this day, the igloos and some of their hazardous materials remain. Some speculate that this contamination mutated local birds into what would eventually become the Mothman. But that's purely speculation.
I don't think that's how that exactly works. I think usually if you come into contact with maybe something radioactive or something, you'll die.
Or you turn into the Mothman. I mean, what are the odds of it? Maybe 0. We'll park here and then we'll make our way out into the wildlife preserve. It's daytime right now, but nightfall's gonna come soon. And you know I always come prepared. I mean, there's hunters right here who want to get shot.
We don't want you to get shot.
So I'm bringing out old people.
Well, how much this time?
No, I don't have any reports of Mothman taking people where they haven't rocked, so I don't think it's necessary this time around.
You know, in some sense, you may be making yourself a better target for Mothman to just
Well, maybe
swat
I'll
this
go
guy
around.
and grab you by his talons.
Maybe he'll be a lot like Bigfoot and be like, oh, what a colorful bed.
You think we should try and throw down the Mothman too?
Oh, yeah. I didn't bring a beer for him. He doesn't strike me as a beer type. He strikes me more as a wine guy.
He struck me as like a field mice kind of guy.
Despite the dangerous materials stored there in years past, in 1966, this area, often called the TNT area, was a popular destination for local youth. As such, on November 15, 1966, Steve and Mary Mallet and Roger and Linda Scarberry were enjoying a leisurely drive through the TNT area.
One captain acquired good news. I am Sinbad, a slave upon the island, and awoke to find himself abandoned. My captain stared with amazement, but was resentful.
Area. Unfortunately, their amusement would come to a screeching halt when the 2 women, Linda and Mary, spotted a figure near the TNT plant. The figure began to move towards the building's entrance in a shuffling manner, providing them a fine opportunity to observe the creature. While they initially thought it looked a lot like a man, it clearly did not have arms or a head. It had massive folded wings high on the back, and perhaps most noteworthy, 2 beaming red eyes.
So my guess is the couples were somewhere around here, maybe on that road over there. I'm not sure of the exact location, but this is where they saw him stumbling around.
They just saw him kind of shambling.
Yeah.
Big shambling man.
I don't know. Maybe he was just taking a walk. I mean, what's it to you?
Well, why would you take a walk?
Because he's a fucking creature. You can do what he wants.
After being spellbound momentarily by the creature, the couples came to their senses and took off in their car, terrified.
Any thoughts on that so far?
Nope. What year is it? 66?
66.
A few teens out there probably smoking a few funny cigarettes.
I'd say maybe it's 2018.
Grass.
As they made their way towards Highway 62 in Roger Scarberry's 1957 Chevy, they saw the being appear in front of them and rise directly up into the sky. The creature had a gargantuan 10-foot wingspan, and the couples noted that it did not need to flap its wings as it chased the car at speeds of up to 100 miles per hour, quote, gliding above and behind the vehicle, end quote. The creature made a noise similar to a, quote, record played at a high speed, or squeak of a mouse, end quote.
Not exactly the most terrorizing sound. And this is why I think maybe these people aren't lying, because if they were lying, that seems like a weird detail to make up. You would say it opened its mouth and the mountains moved with the force of the roar.
Yeah.
And they went, no, it squeaked like a little baby mouse. That's what happened. I was terrified.
It was easy to do the Bigfoot call at a very loud volume, but it's going to be hard out there.
Give me your best Mothman squeak. If you were, this is the noise you're going to make to try and attract another person.
We're going to try 2 different approaches to it.
Okay, I can't wait to
One's going to be an exhale, and then one's going to be an inhale. So my first one is... That's one. The other one is going to be a little more high pitched because it's going to be the inhale.
The first one was all right. I'll give you that. The second one kind of sounded like you were smothering a dolphin. Also, your eyes kind of rolled back. It was just a weird performance all around.
It's a gift.
It's just like a try.
Yeah, just try and inhale. It sounded like a pig giving birth.
I thought mine was rather good. Sound off in the comments. Who's pretty cool?
Time off, let us know.
Fortunately, the creature stopped chasing the couples and disappeared as the couples neared the populated area of town. Linda Scarberry wanted to report it to the police, but they were concerned that they would not be taken seriously. As a result, in an audacious move, they decided to return to the place of the sighting to confirm what they had seen. To their affirmation/terror, they once again saw the creature, this time stumbling around in a dark pasture. This spurred the couples to head straight for the Mason County Courthouse to file a report.
First off, by the way, most of the time, people naturally will just run away and tell the story. Very few times have I seen a case where the people would then return to the site and try and confirm that they weren't going crazy and that they actually saw what they saw. And that's what these 4 people did.
Yeah, it's very normal.
Yeah. And they did that, they saw it, they're like, okay, we confirmed, now let's go to the police.
Deputy Millard Halstead was on hand to take the report. Due to the size of the town, Deputy Halstead knew the couples and believed their claims to be sincere. The handwritten eyewitness police reports from the Mallets and the Scarberrys is actually on display at the Mothman Museum. The couples claim that the police put all 4 of them in separate rooms and asked them each to write down what happened that night. All of the accounts match.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to possibly incriminate yourself a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Think of any time you've partaken in the smoking of the ganja.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Don't do drugs.
Don't do drugs first off. Whatever.
Legalize it.
Now it's legal, so
Get it out there.
California is at least. Anyways, think of you are smoking it with 3 of your buddies.
Yeah.
And now imagine that you were so out of it that you imagined a giant moth creature.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, You go to the police, one of the worst things you could possibly do when you're high, and then you all tell the same details of a story. The only way I feel like you could tell something with concrete details that match everybody else's story is if it in fact happened, at least when you're under the influence.
That's true. Oh, okay, I'll give it to you. This is a point for Mothman. Understand, I want to believe in Mothman.
So is this the part where when I made a good argument, you're just going to go, well, I believed in it.
I said at the top of the show.
So you didn't say that.
Watch yourself.
You watch yourself.
You watch yourself.
Why don't you break down some more things?
Gliding.
Eventually, the couples at Deputy Millard Halstead made their way back to the sighting area, where they heard strange noises, saw strange shadows, and an unexplained dust cloud. A hoof-like footprint was also found in the sand around the area. Linda Scarberry was treated for shock following the events and reported to have experienced some unnerving phone calls, as well as visits by the men in black who would intimidate her.
I like those guys.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Will Smith and Tommy Lee are back.
What are you doing
You
there?
hear that?
Yeah.
You made a cameo on this one.
Nothing to say about this one, huh?
It's weird. He only moves in once.
The morning after the Mothman sighting, the Mason County Sheriff George Johnson held a press conference, and from there, the story started trending in local and national news. Eventually, the creature was dubbed Mothman by the press, inspired by the Batman series.
People actually thought he looked very much like Batman. I read a report where a guy said there's Batman on my neighbor's roof. He flew up into the sky.
The utility belt?
I don't know if he had a utility belt. But I will say, if I was a kid and I saw what I thought was Batman on my neighbor's roof, I wouldn't be scared. I would try and go get an autograph.
Yeah. You'd be like, Batman, you're my favorite superhero. And you go, never mind.
It's actually pretty serene and beautiful in the daytime, but night falls almost upon us, and then that's when the Mothman will come out, and then we'll have them.
Sightings of the Mothman began to pile up. Police estimated that over 1,000 people were looking for the Mothman each night until midnight. And tonight, history, as it so often does, will repeat itself as we attempt to find the creature ourselves.
You genuinely believe that there's a Mothman up here.
I'm not so sure I'm sold on the Mothman, but here we are. But I will say, we're in the area where the main sighting happened, where a lot of the sightings happened. If we're going to find a Mothman, it's going to be out here.
After the Scarberry/Mallard sightings, a Point Pleasant woman named Marcella Bennett, her 3-year-old daughter, her brother Raymond, and her brother's wife encountered the Mothman while visiting family friends. Marcella explained in an interview with researcher and author Andy Colvin, quote, "He was shaped like a male, the huge wings, the way he was standing, the head like a bird. I'll never forget the way he was standing. It was like he was just relaxing, like he was just waiting for that moment for me to walk up. The neck looked like it went down in, like a bird, way down in the neck. To me, it wasn't of this world," end quote. Like Linda Scarberry, Marcella suffered side effects after the incident, including anxiety, paranoia, and nightmares.
If I'm the Mothman, and I am not,
I don't think anyone was saying that.
I'm not going to make people feel paranoid and afraid. I'm going to make them think, yeah, I love that Mothman. I'm going to walk out into the woods naked and serve myself up to the Mothman so he can have a little feast. Assuming the Mothman eats people.
I mean, I don't know if that's what his game is, but all I'm saying is that what you need to gather from this is that he has an effect on people's psyche.
This Mothman's a complicated character.
What does he sound like?
He sounds like the Blood Bird.
One day,
Flappy Spookster.
That's, come on.
Sinbad, I'm going
The Winged Wretch. Did I ever say that?
This just says fright terror.
You know, just call him Batman. Why is that hard?
After encountering the Mothman, Marcella Bennett also said that she could often feel Mothman's unnerving presence and, like other witnesses, developed the ability to have premonitions and psychic visions.
This is vaguely what I remember about that stupid Richard Gere movie.
Forget about the Richard Gere movie for a second.
I will never.
And just think about this. The Mothman is apparently he affects people's psyche in a way where they start to wig out of it. paranormal events follow this thing, so it makes you start to wonder what the hell this thing actually is. It may not actually be a cryptid. It may be I don't know, an alien.
Linda Scarberry, the witness from the first Mothman encounter, claimed to hear disembodied noises and see items moving by themselves, which she attributed to a poltergeist. Simultaneously, other strange phenomena occurred around the time of the sightings. Interrupted police dispatches, malfunctioning electrical appliances, doors mysteriously opening and shutting, an increase in UFO sightings, and malfunctioning cars with no apparent explanation.
Seems like they're just kind of lumping it all in, though, right?
Or if he is like an interdimensional being, he would obviously bring with him maybe chaos.
If you're an interdimensional being, you can make a scene like this.
And you can jump between dimensions. Why not fuck around a little bit?
Oh, he can jump back and forth.
Yeah, kind of like a Cheshire Cat.
Or Q from Star Trek.
Or Rick and Morty. If you could jump between dimensions, why wouldn't you have a little fun? It's not having any effect on your dimension.
I'm coming around with this guy now. This guy kind of cracks me up.
He's in the cave somewhere. You
This
have
guy got a curse.
antenna set up. He's watching the news. Doors open. Who's in the neighborhood? UFO sightings. He's sitting there. He's loving it. He's throwing popcorn. Holy shit! He's red in faces. Oh my god! I thought I was going to give you the Heimlich.
Okay. So right now, I think we're about to come up on one of those hidden igloos.
Todd,
The
it
ones that
was
like hold explosives back in the day.
What kind of explosives did they hold here?
TNT. Aren't you excited to go into one of these little bunkers? It's a World War II bunker.
It's pretty neat. How much action did Ohio see in World War II?
Oh my.
Okay, well,
Is all good?
definitely an echo.
Is it?
Oh, it's very icy.
Yeah. Hello? Oh,
It's slippery. I can see losing your mind in here. What's this string right here?
I don't know. Pull it.
You pull it.
Where's the trap?
What, like a Mothman thing that was always rubbing his palms together, hoping that we pull his little string?
It's probably thinking like a grocery bag. Holy shit.
Oh, like he's Ken McAllister from Home Alone.
So,
Hold your flashlight. I have the field one again. Pretty confident there's no heat signatures in here. Oh god, I'm actually scared.
it's just that's where we died.
Skipping forward to modern times, in 2016, a man who would not provide his name claimed to have taken a photo of Mothman in West Virginia. The photo shows a two-legged, winged creature flying over the trees. However, most do not believe this is Mothman.
I'm not terrible at that. That could just as easily be like a hawk.
I don't think it's a hawk. I don't think it's now. I do think it's a hoax.
What year was it?
2016.
Shop.
I gotta hand it to you. These are some wood.
Yeah.
What is this? This is a giant nest. I think we're in the moth nest.
Man, if we just saw a silhouette fly over our heads right now.
Oh, that'd be thrilling.
Alright, I'm scanning the trees right now. I think this is what you would do, right? Is that Mothman hospitality, huh?
I mean, has it responded to calls?
Yeah, I mean, you know what it sounds like. You would think. Watson would say if you make the noise, maybe he'll be deceived. Let's go deeper into the woods.
Okay.
Strangely, an outbreak of sightings occurred in 2017 in Chicago. According to the Chicago Tribune, there were over 20 reports of a, quote, winged humanoid, end quote, between April 7th, 2017 and July 29th, 2017 alone. The Tribune reports that the sightings are almost always at night and near a body of water. For those who don't believe, some have offered alternative explanations for Mothman sightings. Some believe that Mothman witnesses have seen sandhill cranes, a species of bird that can have a wingspan of 10 feet. Though, a sandhill crane had never been officially spotted in West Virginia at the time, although some unofficial reports had been made.
I see those a lot.
Sandhill cranes?
There's lots in Illinois.
Do they sound like a little mousy?
It sounds kind of like.
Maybe Sandhill cranes are what people in Chicago saw, but there's none of those in West Virginia officially.
Sandhill cranes. Look them up. They're fascinating birds. I'm gonna own one someday. The taxidermy one will be in my room.
Some have pointed out that some birds' eyes, such as owls, appear red when hit with light from a flashlight or car at night. The McClintock Wildlife Management Area, which surrounds the TNT area, is a bird sanctuary that contains owls.
Owls aren't that big. No, I can see someone maybe mistaking an owl for something else, or seeing an owl and being confused by it.
One thing I will point out, and I don't know if this is confirmed, but I've seen it in a couple sources, that Linda Scarberry, when she saw the Mothman, she did claim that the eyes were only red when she shined the light at it.
It would make sense.
Either way, she also did say this thing chased them in their car, so pretty sure it's not an owl. You know what? This is a perfect time for us to cut back to this investigating.
Let's see where we are.
I thought I was getting carried up into the trees.
As predicted, this is fucking horrifying at nighttime. Mothman, I guess he wouldn't respond to that, would he? He doesn't even know his name is Mothman.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how intelligent it is. It can communicate things to people.
Oh yeah, maybe. All right, are you gonna do your little?
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
You go first, I'll go second. How about that?
Okay, yeah, I got you here. Hold on. Let's try it again.
That's record being played quickly.
Yes. Here you go.
You look like a nun.
Do I?
A little bit, and that's you, yeah. You really do. Yeah.
You
look like a rave nun.
Therefore, when she descended, ready, sense of terror, I was ready armed with a huge bow.
What the fuck?
Well, those are coyotes or dogs or a large pack of something.
Holy shit.
Coyotes.
Are you not fucking alarmed right now?
Are you scared?
Dude, wait, this goes beyond belief. That was a pack of whatever the fuck that was.
It was coyotes.
Is that our cue to leave? I think maybe we've been out here for quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to find anything tonight.
I don't want to be in the mouth of some coyote later. That's not how I want the picture wrap in Old Regard.
Alright, well, another good cryptid.
The odds were stacked against us on this one. There's no way to catch this thing. We're giving up.
You win this time, Mothman. I'll be back.
You know what's funny though?
Yeah.
Is our Mothman call actually attracted the coyotes, so it worked for something.
You think that was up?
I think the call it proved it. It wasn't all for show. It had value.
Both of us are masters of the Mothman call.
So yeah, we're basically an Animal Planet. I'm just gonna pause here for a second. Give it one last go. How about that?
I think you've offended the Mothman.
In the end, nobody truly knows what the Mothman is, let alone if he actually exists. Some have suggested that Mothman could be of demonic or angelic origin. Others believe that Mothman could actually be an extraterrestrial connecting Mothman with bright lights seen in the sky. Some even believe Mothman could be an ultra-terrestrial, a creature from another dimension. As for me, I'm not quite sure what I believe, but I do find the voluminous docket of sightings to be curious for something that is not real. Nonetheless, as our efforts have proved today, the existence of Mothman continues to elude us and will remain, for now, unsolved.
For 2 days. However, before a single sound appeared, it was left alone.
She's seen a lot of evidence.
Succeeded in
Come on,
attracting attention
come on.
and accepting to me. Without situations of the sailors. As to how it came to be such a life. And one that I would be shipwrecked
There should be
2 days before.
background or
That
something.
I managed to rush the bales, which I pointed out to
I
them.
don't like the table.
Luckily for me, they believed my story.
You know I have a thermal camera. I can see where you're hiding.
My buttons rowed me back to the ship. Once on board, I soon saw the captain was too much occupied with difficulties in navigation to pay much heed to me, though he generously made me welcome. Not to be accepted the passage. Our voyage was prosperous, and after visiting many lands, and collecting large
Everybody here with us right now?
merchandise, I found myself nicely packed out. Once more, learned of riches of every description. Yet could leave large
She's not here with us right now.
and enriched
We're a little lost.
in the city. After which I gave myself up with my friends and relations, with whom I passed my time with feasting and learning. Here silver and skills
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we investigate what was silent as part of our ongoing investigation into the question of barcodes.
heading to return
What's
next
the
day
plan for this place? You
for
can
the
kind
stop
of find out how they bit here.
when the time came to warm in their faces. And then the
This is, you gotta understand, this is my season of sort of respecting ghosts.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Since this is our first investigation, ghost this season, Jane is now
not even
special ghosts. I expect that to last.
would make me contented
I just, a lot of people give me feedback sometimes, and they say, you gotta be kind to ghosts. And for the record, I am usually very kind to them.
change
Here what's gonna happen.
I wish to be able to call it seven to chose.
You're gonna get
Take
bored
my
of
own
yourself.
time.
Hey, come rip my head off. Say something like that.
Carrying enough goods for a full cargo. I invited several merchants.
Having existed for nearly 2 centuries, the massive 56,000 square foot Universal Sign Group officially opened on January 1887. Called Asylum was originally called the Genesee Island Port, which were the courthouses scattered around the U.S. Courthouses were government-run facilities to support and house the people. In the beginning, Rolling Hills was home to orphans, families, mentally ill, elderly, physically disabled, criminals, and
Evidently,
I just think the poorhouses were a real thing.
They were the main boss in the U.S.
had already pierced the shell. In spite of all I could say to deter them, the merchants who were there fell upon it with their hatchets. Breaking the shell in a big rock, then lighting a fire. They had tools and proceeded to roast them. I stood by aghast. Scarcely had they finished their meal when first,
Better than the pit.
two white shadows. The captain of my ship, knowing by experience his name, cried out to us that the pair of birds were coming, urged us to fall with all speed. This we did and sailed to the east, but we remained, and the waves reached their sweetness, and would have utterly recognize when they discovered the magical pains of day.
I was in class for 4 years, but
For a moment we lost sight of them, and flattering themselves, and
nice rooms, but very windy outside.
when they
Yeah, this was possible when you listen to
and
the
soared into the air, directly over vessel, and saw that each held in its claws an immense rock, ready to crush us.
Pretty windy.
There was a moment
She was also known to be very dedicated to her jobs. Oh my! That's very windy. He called it
rock of stone that tore through the air. Thanks to the presence of mind of the helmsman, we turned our shield violently in another direction.
almost unfair.
Found the sea close beside us, leaving it to see the till when he sailed. He hardly had time to draw a breath of relief before the other rock fell with a mighty crash, right in the midst of our luckless vessel, smashing it into 1,000 fragments and crushing or hurling into the sea passengers and crew. I myself went down to the rest, but had the good fortune to rise and hurt, and by holding onto a piece of driftwood with one hand and swimming with the other, I kept myself
4 years of German, you could only say my name is
was
Shane.
presently
You asked her how long you worked here in
by a
Germany?
tide onto an island. Its shores were steep and rocky, and threw myself down to rest on the reef turf.
So actually,
When
right
I
next
had
door to
some
him is
relief,
there's Steve's
I began to resemble the
This guy,
spot which I called
not as friendly as the rest of the
and truly it seemed to me that I had reached the garden of delights. There were trees everywhere, and
Hello,
they were
Steve.
laden with flowers and fruit,
My name's Ryan, that's Shane.
while the crystal stream
So Steve, I have advice here.
and
Just some questions that if you want to talk about it,
sweet that I was already
all right.
in a strange land.
I feel bad for
And
me.
this summertime started
All right, Steve. Can you, I'm Ryan, that's Shane. Can you say our names back to us, Steve?
and they stayed home at ease. Whether from the sunlight
You know me. My name is Bill Ford.
and
Take you off.
Steve, anything to say to your boys here? We come here, just willing to be open.
I had penetrated some distance beyond
Sure sounds like a good
I
time.
saw
I feel like maybe not. Why is that? It just sounds like you're at, when you did your at, it did sound like you said,
like myself.
you understand that.
Going into it,
In 1887, the Genesee County Board of Supervisors decided that people, quote, suffering with acute insanity, end quote, could be housed in another location within the state. The county home spanned 200 acres and had a self-sufficient farm for able-bodied people who required labor. Residents would also do upkeep chores for the asylum, such as cleaning and baking. Before closing in 1974, the asylum served as a nursing home. There are over 1,700 documented deaths within these walls, and the current owner, Sharon Coyle, suspects that there could be 3 times as many deaths because documentation by previous owners was spotty. Horrifically, a good portion of these people were buried in graves that still have yet to be located. According to Rolling Hills Asylum's website, quote, an actual cemetery register for Cottonwood has yet to be discovered.
Is that bad? Yeah, that's bad. You just put like a right Shane was here. You wouldn't talk about. You know, a lot of cultures feel like there's a lot of life after death.
What, so if you die and someone doesn't put a little red stone on your grave, God's down there, it's like, oh,
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is, I don't know why God's not going to happen. I'm saying that a lot of cultures like to have investigators and family companies and you know, practices that people like. Alright, so right now we're on the top floor, heading down to the infirmary on the second floor. I'm using thermal right now. Oh, right, I don't like wood. Are you ready to get with us right now? We're about to leave. We're going downstairs. We're going to
Time to my death.
take it. piano there. Would you like to play that? Purple Dawn. Very good, very good.
The train
Interesting things.
Not quite sure. There's a theory, but it's really some people think it might be Phoebe Wright, who's supposed to have and she's trying to communicate somehow, and she says frustrated.
Fucking that is an artist rendition of the Screaming movie. My friend was like a train. I mean, it's what nightmares is like. Look at it. So right now we're in the chapel. Yep. That right there, you look up there, that's a static. So if any of these things move, we'll see it, and we'll trigger the emotional one. I can show you what that sounds like. It's going to be loud. Cool. Alert. If we go one floor up, we began to sing. And we know we caught something with static there. That's just one other fail safe. If we hear the alarm, it's just our audio recorder left in the chapel picked up these strange noises over time. So we stretched out to see. Let's see. I figured you'd think that.
And you tend to go, well, here's 1,000 things it could likely be. Put a big X over those, even though they're very logical. There's no way it could possibly be a building settling or a creek somewhere.
I think it may be a mistake, but I also think it may be dreaming.
What's more likely? You can get it. Something that has never been proven.
I think those Next to the chapel is a recreation room full of folding chairs that are said to move on their own. Is this sound one of those chairs?
I mean, I'm gonna say that could very likely be a door. It's a very busy building. You remember how loud that building was?
I do.
That
That
creek.
does not sound like just a little creek. That sounds
I mean, I feel like if you played 10 different sounds for someone and said, this one sounds like a little creek, they'd probably say, oh, that one sounds like a little creek.
No, I think if we put 10 sounds that were all creeks and said which one of these sounds like a cat. One of the most prominent figures in the asylum is the spirit of a man named Roy Krause. Roy is both prominent due to his frequent activity, but also because of his massive size, as Roy Krause was almost 7.5 feet tall.
Whoa!
I don't have a low-hanging fruit joke here.
You couldn't reach it if you tried.
Fortunately, Roy is said to be a favorite apparition due to his friendly nature. This also includes the building owner sharing.
Just been here a couple months, and I walked in the building with a handy project behind for the day, and I walked around the corner, and I thought there was I realized, oh my god, no, it's a rat. It's burning off inside of me. I'm freaking out. Oh my god, there's a rat. And we got upstairs, right above us actually, we were behind one of those. And sure enough, on the floor, there was blood. And the shape of a rat with its tail and arms and legs. And on the wall, right behind it, there were footprints. Huge black footprints, and somebody kicked the hell out of the wall. I thought it was like handprints. Blood. Oh, and it's still up there.
I said, you think
I think Roy killed it.
just to help.
Because I was freaking out about a rat.
Okay, so right now we're on the infirmary. Up here is where the rats go in. You can actually see remnants of hand right here.
Nice just died.
As we see that. Just a little bit, I guess, for Mark. I guess Roy was here. So right here, this is Roy's room. If you see the wall, paper border around, that's actually 7.5 feet. You're
Oh gosh, that's not so tall that I could see it.
You can see what a natural bed that would be fit for you. Anyway, you would
This is a bed for an 8-foot tall person?
Look at all the room you have in this long. It's pretty good. Actually, not much room.
Okay, no, there's
It's actually, that looks like it fits you just right.
no, there's a lot of room. You ever listen to the radio, Roy? Well, this is kind of like that. So it'll make you want to shove a pencil in.
And with lovely gestures. So that after very fluffy, sweet looking fruit,
But it's
which will always have attained.
just say our names back, or if you want, you tell us your name. If this isn't Roy actually in here,
Where my friend would share and it was meeting to the same occupation till I'd heard
Roy, I heard you like listening to opera music.
this idea to
So I have some opera tracks with me, and I'll play them. And even if you're not in this room, we're gonna walk around the hall. So if you want to come walk around with us, maybe you should say hi to us. You can do so. But I'll play some music for you now if you'd like that.
carrying with me weekly story coconuts.
How about it, Roy?
Listen first to the
I
ideas
do
of
it.
rose, and then to
Shall we?
Chloe, where the pastel
And then when I dance,
is
oh wait, no.
when they drew near through
Really want to come out?
the era exchange
It's Christmas time.
food on the roads and went to fishing for
This
birds.
is a mailboat block, so maybe you want to sing along.
My directors were so lucky that very soon when we had a place
Walk in with the terrifying red hallways.
very large. With all these treasures, I take care of that
You hear, Roy? Anybody here that wants to show themselves? Listen to nice music? This is everybody, not just Roy. Come on, Roy!
Should be given to his
There is a room referred
Yes,
to as the
true.
Christmas room.
was after the next day's feast to be held in town of his sixth,
It was a room where children would go to meet
the
Santa.
sixth voyage.
To this day,
In the spin
still has Christmas
decorations, after having a lot of times met with shipwreck
sounds.
and heard of perils,
So right now we are
content to
in the
get
basement of the East Wing, looking down here at the Christmas room.
fresh trouble. I'd even surprised myself when I looked back. Evidently, it was my favourite robe, and after a year of those, I prepared to make a sixth voyage,
Christmas
regardless of the entreaties of my friends and relations. Did all the things to his own. Instead of
We could have our love
going
fest here.
Persian
So
gold,
we actually have a little device.
travel,
This
such
dog
a
is
layer
quite useful because it measures static energy.
miles apart, long distance
This is
with the captain, who meant to take a long voyage. And truly he did so.
Okay. So basically, what it does is it measures that
Stormy
when
weather,
I get close to it,
which drove us completely out of our course. So now for many days,
So what we're gonna do,
me the
since this
captain
is the Christmas room, this is where my children play,
made my only
we're
word.
gonna ask them to pet the dog.
Oh, that's fun.
All right. So if there's anybody in here
We did at last
who want to pet
discover
our dog,
position.
who would like to pet our
We
pretty
had a
dog,
small
he's
ground
very nice. He doesn't bite. I'm gonna pet the dog.
as things turned up on the day.
See?
Tearing his
He likes it.
beard,
He plays music for you.
declared that we were on the most dangerous spot on the whole wide sea. And he recalled my current, which was a minute, sweeping us to
What do you think? What's your favorite holiday? You're in here. I'm guessing you like Christmas, right? You like Santa
In
Claus?
spite of
Hey,
the saints were driven
it's
with
me.
frightful rapidity towards the foot of the mountain, which rose sheer out of the sea, and our vessel
We're
was
here just to have
dashed
fun. We're
pieces
not here to hurt you. We can't have fun with you if you don't let us know you're here. So if you want to just move something in this room or show us which toy you want to play with.
carrying with us the most precious.
But our dog is really nice. Do you want to pet him?
When we had done this, the captain said
Yeah,
to
better
us,
yet, maybe you don't pet him. Don't want to pet that dog.
now we are here,
I kind of like him.
begin to dig our graves at once.
That's the rules.
Since from this
It's
meeting,
really cool if you pet our dog.
no shipwrecks were in that ever returned.
Touch my dog. Okay, too far.
The speech discouraged us much. We began to
Well,
lament too.
We're gonna leave our dog here actually. So So when we leave, if you just don't want to play with the dog because we're here, you can go ahead and touch the dog as soon as we leave. No problem.
Before leaving the room, we set up a static camera to watch the dog.
All the birds and the birds' birds should want it essentially. We shouldn't have been seen.
I think something was there with either poking it in the nose, or it was petting it because ghosts maybe don't have as much. Basically, when the dog isn't having energy, that break that field, it'll set the dog up. Maybe the ghosts don't have enough to make it crazy. So that they have to,
all of the Ugars, all the believers, they're going to say, this is compelling. All the people who really believe in science will recognize pseudoscience and understand that there is zero correlation between this shitty thing that has nothing to do with this lack of. There's nothing there. You understand there's no connection. You're saying you're forcing this fake science into the world.
It is an energy field that we tested the device when we were there. It worked when we put our hand into it. It didn't work when we were away from it. We were sitting next to it for about 20 minutes. Nothing happened. We leave.
Perhaps the most active area is known as Shadow Hallway, a hallway leading toward the ocean, where shadow people are often seen. In one room of the hallway is what Sharon believed was a portal or vortex in the asylum. The shadow people both, just like you and I, saw it. They could be white gray, medium gray,
First thing
there will be more humans or more big shapes. They come in and out of doorways, walk across the hall. Sometimes they poke an arm or a leg out. Sometimes they crawl on the floor. And that can be creepy, especially if you're sitting on the floor during an investigation and one is coming at you. Because you can actually see the shadows. To finish this off, we'll investigate this hallway individually and form a spirit box cell.
Shadow hallway. You have to look out for shadow people that are down to the right of the hallway. And the vortex. Spirit box in that. That's just simply how it is. There's still a lot of people that have to do this. Journey into the dark.
Looking for me.
These core. It's a little bit close.
That was just a sight to the depths and
Any dolls like to talk to me?
this river, which hid inside. Down the submerged again.
What are you doing there?
Why should I do
Science. I see what you do. Just know that I'll have what it does. So here I am, walking down a shadow hallway. Well, if you're here, Roy, what the fuck was that? Is it right now? Is it? No.
I decided to take
You seem to create Boston. So we did convince ourselves to go to stand in the room. That's the sign. Anybody here right now? I'm giving you the floor. Sure sound right once. That's good for there. Moving the vortex room. People report feeling uneasy in here. People can't even walk in here because it's so thin. This is said to be a portal and Satan to come in. This is a spirit box. This will help me speak to you. I'm very scared right now. I'm sorry. Are you scared too? A little? Roy, are you here right now? No? Then who is it? games? Sure.
That's your time.
Woohoo! Oh boy. Oh, thank you, fucking God. Get me the fuck out of here. I did it. I did it. I did it. Hey! You live! You didn't get eaten by a ghost. You look rattled. What happened to you? Just, talking to things. Did you get anything? No. Well, goodbye to whatever out there. Sayonara.
With its decades of history and numerous inhabitants, it's not far-fetched to think that some people remain. Did a spirit actually trigger our motion-detecting dog? Perhaps. But regardless, whether or not Rolling Hills Asylum is definitively haunted will remain unsolved.
We love the milk party.
There is a bit of a lot.
Ali's Geico makes it easy to bundle our renters and car insurance.
There he is. To see us. This is our land.
Another thing. I gotta say, it does look as imposing in person as it does online. Well, let's see. I have a pocket Bible with me this time. Let's go. I didn't bring any holy water. Are you concerned maybe you got a little soft? Once you hear what this place is, you're gonna see why I'm so serious with me. Keep this with me. Keep this Bible here.
I got the design of my phone. I got the color
You need it?
design
I'll
already.
use it. You don't believe you probably don't need this, but if you want to use it later.
That color code right there is a silver color code. This color.
Where the natives presented to the king by subjecting to the Indian frustrating himself at his fate in
Supposedly by a coal mine banking the pirates. Look at their house. From the outside, looks like any ordinary home. Pirates did not live in several mines over the years. Some would say that one of his coal mines under his house. Everything would pass away and and eventually, that was said to have been passed to his granddaughter Lion in 1947. Lion would die of a heart attack, reportedly in the living room of the Belcher house. Edwin is apparently so distraught that he posted videos to try and reconnect with his dead sister. It's said that to connect, Jacob opened his portals with it. And now we're in the sailing room. Got to the place where everyone reached out and said goodbye. And speaking of life,
see interest. I venture to say that of myself.
So, I think we can
At his disposal.
we can
Satisfied. They came back. They forbid that I should covet your riches. I would rather add to them. But I desire that you should believe my kingdom. Without terms on my complaint. He then commanded his officers to provide me with suitable lodging at his expense. And since slaves awaited on me,
There's probably some sort
and
of
carried my
You
wrath
want me to look it up for the
and
tour?
my bales to
Decide who will be
the
some
place.
for Edwin,
And they
right now
begged
we're
to embrace his generosity.
and or
I gave grateful thanks.
happy place for her.
Nor did I fail to present
You
them.
just
They
look
were
directly over where. I know, but you don't need to bring that.
and for the rest of my time,
Odds are maybe
I was also
set the table.
may be rekindled for a number of indivisible reasons. One of these. Where you get a cracked one. Food, oh, sorry. Spirits of the past, you guided by the light of this world and give up on you are willing to go out. Yeah. And then life, we're here, house, we're friends, we're not here to talk to you, we're here right now. Feel free to say anything, make your presence known, move something. Light off, do that. Is anybody here with us right now? People can't go out.
And these were the birds on it. Who came in peace.
I sit downstairs and cool about some more.
Who lives in us. Places over 1,000 years.
And when he passed away himself in 1862, and after that, ownership of the house passed from ownership and accepted. And he did so momentarily. After the strange activity in the house prompted him to leave. Eventually, the homicide man approached during this time. They would claim to see activity within the seemingly daily home, such as homes being out, hearing other than the deaths in the house, nobody knows why this seemingly normal home is ripe with activity. Some believe this means the house allegedly sits on a ley line, which are unseen lines connecting important physical/spiritual markers for each cultures. Other people bring back to the shenanigans the house sits adjacent to what the rainwater believes are Native American burial places. And finally, there's the possibility that these cultivate accidents either way, something is not right on the paradise. Perhaps that's why the shadows and still Easiest home pushes destroys the flashlights. Kristen Lee understandably thought her luck had changed. She managed to buy the beautiful Bel Air at a foreclosure sale for $46,000. In 2005, Kristen Lee's family moved into the Bel Air house in Arvin, and was seemingly a steal. After moving in, it became apparent why the house was abandoned. She would listen to things would disappear mysteriously, and she would hear footsteps and on every little thing. Kristen claims she woke to a man standing in the living room, terrified. Kristen watched as the man walked away and vanished. I was not sure if I was dreaming or had actually seen a ghost. Everything was until shore.
Nothing like this. It was just very
Instance, every space baptism takes.
For me, it's the first encounter because we were in this school every day. So in my mind, I thought this is probably the first time we're adjusting to the process. So I kind of just let it go. And that's where we left it. But it was very uncertain at that point in time. And later on, down some years later,
Disappeared. Is that you? Who was that? Can you do that again?
All praise to him who lives forevermore.
Edmonton family, I'm Ryan Shane. We're here in your house. We hear you're all very nice people. And we also hear that you have somebody in your house or something that may not be as nice. Maybe we can help you with that. So if you want to talk to us about it right now, if you want to say anything, just let us know. You can say something, you can move something. Hey, you? Who is that?
And last voyage, after my second voyage, I was quite determined that I would go to sea.
At first, Christy believes friends and says that actually, quote, I thought I was just tired and questioned myself. I never believed it. Because my dream wished to have days as well as a master level psychologist taking psychology principles with no more psychological reasoning. What do you think about it? Because she was skeptical at first, as most people would be. You was always skeptical. I mean, I feel like that checks your boxes. It's the first thing you would do. Like that. But the thing is, like, once that happens, and another experience happens, then you can see when you back up. You know, it's tough with these things because I don't necessarily believe in it, but you know, listening to her story, I don't not believe her. I don't not believe that she's you know, yeah. I just don't believe. Yeah, there's a part of your brain that you can't. There's a hurdle you can't get over that you literally cannot get over with one thing. Yeah, there is a hope that separates you.
Never again.
And then you have your very hard setting with your
Yes, I gave him a long
head
lives, dangerous adventures.
All right, moving.
Jesus.
Okay, I'm gonna have my quiz here. Yeah, we're gonna leave it at that. Oh, leave it at that. Hey, that's the show, right? That's the show. Yeah.
It's extraordinary see why they should be
Where was the point when you decided this?
Well, this part is very significant.
My honor and dignity see that there was no hell for it. I declared myself willing to obey. And the caliph, delighted to have it some way, he gave me 1,000 sequins, expenses for the voyage. I was soon ready to start, and taking the letter and the present, I embarked at Elsewhere and sailed quickly and safely to Sarandip. Here, when I disclosed my errand, I was well received, brought into the presence of the king, who greeted me with joy. Welcome, Sir Matty Hyde. I thought of what, rejoiced to see you once more. Thanking him, and he did Display places. Burst appeared with complete hangings of all gold. It cost 1,000 sequins, and another like to it of stuff. 50 robes of rich embroidery, 100 of the finest white linen, Cairo, Suez, Clothes, and Alexandria. Then beds of Russian and agate vase, carved with a figure of a man able narrow, thigh,
We're conceivably standing on the floor.
by the Constantine.
She said her dog walked in the mirror by
It's been to keep the scene. The king Saturday received with satisfaction
big dog.
the assurance of bliss from Mr. Wilson. Now that I speak of the king, I
I
was
don't know what she was doing in here.
but it was some time
Perhaps threw that dog that one
thinking
night.
letting me go.
But whatever it is
And
here right
last
now.
hour he dismissed me
Anything Captain
with
Clara
my
and
present.
I follow our voice.
I
We
was
didn't
so
want to talk.
tired down on board the ship, which sailed on
You know, we're just two guys looking to make some conversation. A couple of groomers.
on the 10th day we had the misfortune
I'm gonna fire
of
for a beer
the
box.
pirates received the vessel in which we existed, and making prisoners of those who were prudent enough to submit to plagues, of whom I was one,
Is there anything in this room with us?
when they had despoiled us,
Is there anything in this room with us?
possessed,
What's that?
forced us to put
Who's here with us right now? Who's in this house?
and saved to a distant
Someone
island.
has already been
There, some of us were slaves,
or is it something else? Anybody else?
fell into the hands of a rich merchant,
Anybody here that was
who
here
owned
before
me
this house was built?
and clothed me in every well, and after some days sent for me and questioned me as to what I did. I answered that I was a rich merchant
Tell us your
who
name.
had been captured by pirates, and therefore I knew the trade. Tell me, said he,
Who is in
they
this house?
shoot with a bow. I replied that this ability was of my own, and that doubtless the practice of my skill would come back to me. On this he provided me with bow and arrows, mounted me with him in possession, took away to a vast price, which they had. When he had reached the wild places, my master said to me, "This forest small clever. I yourself its good tree, and shoot to the person. When he succeeded, so saying, he
You're
gave
seeing
me
where the frustration.
and returned to the town, and himself away from the tree. And that is when just as surprised the next morning, the showed lights in crashing trumpet line, and several arrows. And as one of my tools out the round deck, and the others retreated,
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
leaving me free to come down on my hands.
I'm just saying,
And back
regardless
to
of
my
whether
master with success. Which was pleased to hear of this. Then which would gather the hill.
Right now, I have a lot of this.
My master went to and
So that's two. I have no idea from there. Passion and living.
Sometimes in another. One minute and I was surprised to see that his face and trade was naked, as they usually did. Everything was completely surrounded it, acting horribly, shaking around, and then I saw that that light took me. I was terrified, and my arrows dropped from the hand. when constantly the largest of them
Surprised that he actually revealed the strongest sense of oppression.
We're gonna go to the attic later. Great, all right. Well, time myself like hellish ghouls with this little blonde wig on. I don't talk about that. No, I think it's just they can accurately make itself manifest in the form of a little child. I said this to you before, they're not gonna have little boys right away because no one's gonna be like, oh, I want to go to the bathroom. But if you see little girls going to the bathroom, like, yeah. It's just that it's like a no, that's not. One thing to note, there was a lock on the outside of the door. Here, you got two
Emily is not the sole resident of the house. A boy fell to his death on a window process. Typically, the boy may have been murdered by whom? Nobody can say but Christian seems to suggest that the community referred to itself as
seeing a single on the way.
right out the window, and that one was the itself.
After a day and night,
It's not so much that dragging them from another part of the city. People don't know this is from the house. Also, they're able to like piano. Walk through that door. Walk through whatever portal you have to get into this room. We are truly willing. You can walk in the room. By the way, we do that go off on the street. I'm going to lose fucking wow. That was loud. So if anyone wants to say anything, now's the time to do so. Who's up here? Emily, if you're here, say something. Emily, is that you? Emily! You're trying to make us go to sleep and feel safe. You start talking with us when we're asleep. It's pretty uncool. Hurry it up. Not even close to here. These. I hear you walking around up here. Alright, we'll be back. Coming with the bed. We're going to turn this into a home.
We now make sure the vital phase of our life sleeping prosperity.
As well, yes.
day that maybe we're both. Oh, you didn't copy. You thought you had me in your pocket. Aha. Yeah, that's good. The house is pleasure. That was it. Cool. Take a last look at it. Never get seen again.
After spending the night by his dollars, one sense of what resides there does no clearer of the houses and stories very well satisfied, including the team instead of approach the house. Since that time, is there perhaps being a demon investing into myself experience my and my friends? Thus, right now, how just go is limited contact and that's what me. And to maintain that he said, well, my friend, I'm watching you now.
So here we are, it's the road to Ohio State Reformatory.
We're opening up just prison for
Here to find some ghosts. If this looks like a place we'll find them. This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we investigate Ohio State Reformatory in Mansfield, Ohio, as part of our ongoing investigation into the question, are ghosts real? This enormous prison was notorious for violence and poor conditions and is considered one of the most haunted places in the U.S. Right now we're seeing a holding cell. This is where people would go before. They were sent out to whatever block.
very appropriate. This we're about to dive.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Opening on September 15, 1896, Ohio State Reformatory was constructed in Mansfield, Ohio, on top of the former site of a Union Army training ground in the Civil War. At current day, the main building of the reformatory has a gargantuan footprint of 250,000 square feet. In fact, the 6-story east cell block, containing 600 cells, is the largest freestanding steel cell block in the world. The architecture, conceived by architect Levi T. Schofield, is Gothic in nature, invoking the feeling of castles. Conditions inside of the prison, mixed with the design, would earn the reformatory the unaffectionate nickname of, quote, Dracula's Castle, end quote.
This is the administrative building, that's why everything is so nice.
I was going to say, beautiful tile work. Air Force One, they filmed Air Force One here? Air Force One, actually, now that I think of it, remember the reason they hijacked the plane is to release for the...
I'm going to go ahead and cut you off right there because I don't give a shit. We're going to move over here. Now, here's an appropriate movie reference. I haven't seen Shawshank, but I know those steps.
Oh, so you can make movie references?
But that's because it's very visual. Look at it.
Well, there's no plaque here for that. There was a plaque for the Air Force One.
Because you don't need a plaque, because you're like, yeah, those are the stairs from Shawshank.
Whoa. Yeah, they keep going. Wow. You're quite taken with these.
I mean, I get it. It's kind of this weird juxtaposition. Dracula's castle, perhaps, appropriate.
Not all that. Some nice exposed brick here.
Yeah, but it's tasteful.
Yeah.
The reformatory began with good intentions, as it was meant to be a place where first-time offenders and minor criminals would come to literally reform themselves. There was a school, a gym, industrial training areas to teach the inmates a trade, and regular chapel service. However, as funds diminished and the need for prison space escalated, the reformatory eventually became overcrowded, sometimes stuffing 4 inmates to a cell, and the facilities fell into disrepair. To make matters worse, the prison was no longer exclusive to minor offenders, and eventually became a maximum security prison, taking in hardened and violent criminals.
4 people in a cell, that's a lot.
I mean, you put any normal people in a room that's too small. Like you're in a dorm in college, you hate your roommate.
It's tough business.
Listening to music too loud when you're trying to study, cooking a top rock in the microwave when you're trying to sleep.
You got some axes to grind?
No.
Fuck you, Roland.
As the population increased and the conditions worsened, mistreatment from guards became commonplace. For instance, as early as July 15th, 1898, a story ran in the New York Times stating 45 prisoners were hung by their thumbs after going on a strike because they no longer had access to tobacco. They were also given only one meal a day as punishment.
Hung by their
Fucking
thumbs.
hanging niggas by their thumbs.
Why? Why would you do that? Shut up. It doesn't sound like a worst possible thing to do.
Oh, it
to
does to
someone.
me.
Won't they just pop right out of the sockets? Oh, I don't like that one bit.
If they hung me by my thumbs, I'd be pretty upset.
Well, it's not the worst thing you could do. They could give you a little, a paddle to the bottom or whatever.
You would rather be hung by your thumbs than take a little spanking?
It could be big paddle.
Did you not get spanked when you were a kid?
No.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. What the fuck? Is all I have to say to that.
They didn't like the thumb talk.
Do you not like the thumb talk? Was it too much thumb talk? I thought we went about 2 minutes long with thumb.
They don't like the thumb talk.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck, holy fuck. If you're one of the people who had the thumb thing happen to you, that sucks. What was it like?
What do you think you're going to get right now?
I feel like we should go see what that is, to be honest.
We're walking over to the source of the disturbance.
But there's 2.
It's not that.
That wasn't that. Hello? I'm gonna lose my mind. They did that twice? In the span of 10 seconds with nothing else?
It didn't sound like this, right?
Yeah.
That was the sound.
Do you think the wind's gonna do that twice?
It's not moving.
Well, shit.
So hopefully we find some good stuff.
This is a long night. Alright. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Now there is a lot of wind moving through now. So that did
Who
happen.
is it?
That did
Shut
happen.
up! Who is it?
It did happen right as the wind picked up. You did notice that.
But now it came from over here.
Yeah. There it is. That. Where is your? Where is this a logical explanation for you?
Okay, there it is. Huh. There you go. There you go.
But if we hadn't seen that,
If we hadn't seen that,
You would-
we wouldn't be fooled.
well, no, we wouldn't have been fooled. You would have been telling me for months.
The conditions inside the reformatory eventually led to the prison being shut down permanently in 1990. During its time as a working prison, these walls played home to 154,000 inmates, some of whom never walked out. Whether it was violence or disease, at least 215 perished during their time at the reformatory, and at least one guard was killed by inmates.
So this is the east cell block. This is the bigger of the 2 blocks inside this whole joint.
I mean, this is like classic prison.
Yes, it is.
Just like, if I go past this, what are you doing? You're going past the chain.
Oh, we're gonna investigate it.
Okay.
Good lord. This is the largest standing steel cell block in the world.
Really something. That's a lot of metal.
It is a lot of metal.
A lot of men. I'm hearing a lot of little noises.
Yeah, I am too.
What do you suppose those are?
I don't know. I could certainly see how one would lose their mind in a situation like this.
Yeah, this looks pleasant.
Fuck this. So hard, dude. This is fucking terrible.
It's the opportunity of a lifetime to be here. We are high up.
We are at the top of the world.
No, you can't see.
Well, I have the thermal up. We're gonna get some ocean lights up here. We're gonna have a real party up here on the 6th floor. Let's party, baby.
There he goes.
Hello?
There he goes. All by himself.
I'm separating from the group.
The ideal time to kill him.
Yeah, I mean, if I were gonna die in camera, it would be a pretty noble thing. Future ghost hunters would be like, this is the spot where Ryan Bergara got murked. Oh my god, this keeps stretching.
I don't understand what's wrong with Ryan sometimes.
What was that?
I didn't say anything.
You sure you didn't say anything, Shane?
Now go back and set them off to make sure they work.
I got a better idea. Why don't you go fuck yourself?
Okay.
And I won't do that.
All right.
So if there's anything on this 6th tier, on the south side, just walk towards our voice.
You turn on those lights, you'll go to heaven.
Okay, see, now that's taking it too far.
While some deaths were the result of violence from other inmates, other deaths were self-inflicted. It said that one inmate named James Lockhart covered himself in turpentine stolen from the prison furniture shop and set himself on fire in his cell. James's spirit is considered one of the more violent within the prison.
16, 15, 14, 13. Right. Coming in, James. Okay.
Oh, fuck. It's tight. It's tight squeeze. We can barely move around in here right now. Just two.
This is insane. Could you imagine
Very tight.
living in here with 4?
That's crazy.
James, I get it. I want to say that up front. If I had to be trapped in here, even if it was only for 15 years, too much.
So when did he was 22 and he set himself on fire?
Yeah.
He had been in here since he was 7.
What?
He was trapped here for 15 years.
No, his sentence was 15 years.
I see.
It said that other people walked by, like the guards, walked me over here, seeing a man trapped in here on fire.
It was probably gruesome.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. I'm going to turn something on that may help you talk to us. And it's,
Even to James, you were
I'm going to do this to James.
Sorry, James.
All right, James, I don't think I properly introduced myself before. Brian, that's Shane. Can you say any of our names back to us?
Monopoly?
Fuck that was. James, are you in here? What? Say that again. This is your last chance. Use this energy this is giving off to say something. Turn it off. Well, James, we're going to leave your cell here, but before we leave, once again, sorry what happened to you happened to you. Pretty awful.
May you know peace.
Another less graphic death that occurred in the prison happened in the warden's living quarters. On November 5th, 1950, Helen Blackgate, the wife of the reformatory superintendent, was attempting to grab a jewelry box from a shelf in her closet when she accidentally knocked down a handgun. The handgun hit the floor and discharged, shooting Helen in the chest, resulting in Helen's death a couple days later. Visitors to the living quarters report smelling her prominent rose-scented perfume and catching glimpses of her walking into her pink bathroom.
All right, so this is the second floor. It's up here where Helen's living quarters were, as well as her 2 sons.
Seems like a fun place to grow up if you're a child.
You have a very different definition of fun. We hear you have a very lovely rose-scented perfume. You'd love to smell it, so you
love to smell it.
Why don't we close our eyes and smell? Hide in our sense of smell and see if we can smell any kind of perfume. You too. And then back up again. Feel your air intake. Those nasal dead. I don't know.
Smells like old wood. No, this is an old wood rotting plaster.
Well, Helen, if you aren't here, or if you are here, we sure can't smell you, which is a weird sentence to say.
We can't smell you, Helen. Or if you're a little busy right now, we can always smell you later.
Oh, you back to the investigation.
One room that is particularly active and mysterious in nature is a room on the third floor of the administration building, referred to as the chair room. The room, which is one of the only rooms in the reformatory without windows, has a single chair sitting in the center of it. Paranormal investigators claim that when the chair is moved from the center of the room, the chair will return to the center of the room on its own. One investigator even claimed to be pushed and scratched by the entity in this room.
And as the name would suggest, I present to you the chair.
This chair looks fucking stupid in the middle of the room.
I actually think it looks rather nice. I like what you're doing with the place. It really sets the room right.
Well, we disagree. And I'm the guy who's gonna move it.
Hey, don't move the fucking chair. Come on, man. Hey! I tried to stop him. Seriously, that's just rude. You're gonna come into his room, or it's whoever's in this room. I'm sorry. We're from California. Don't let this be representative of all Californians.
We're the Hollywood elite. I don't think you're strong enough to move with that. Whoever you are. Are you even human? Are you maybe a demon? Whoever's here, move that chair back. That's not the center of the room at all. Move it back. I'll stand right over here. You can throw it right at me if you want. Move that chair. Move it.
He's gonna take your chair. He's gonna take it outside. He's gonna spread his butt cheeks, and he's gonna lay a fat turd right all over the center of it.
Sure, yep. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do.
That nigga, all of that was
How about this? If whatever's in here moves this chair back to the center, we won't do anything to the chair. We'll leave it alone. Sound like a fair deal?
Yeah, sounds like a fair deal.
You see that? You said if you move it back, he won't mess with it.
Look, tough season for the people.
No, wait a second. You realize this happening would be incredible.
Would it? It certainly would be unboring.
One thing that also happens in this room is people get scratched if they get a little too rambunctious.
Scratch me! That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the scratches. I keep forgetting.
I don't really think you're actually giving a call.
What do you want to do? Scratch me!
There
Asshole!
He's back.
Come on! Scratch me up! Make me bleed!
Oh, the Shaniac is back, baby.
Scratch my heart! Holy shit! Scratch up my insides!
Yeah.
Internal bleeding. Make
Oh,
me
wow.
shit blood. How about that?
He's getting medical.
Latch yourself onto my soul, come back to Hollywood with me, and destroy the lives of all my friends and co-workers.
It's hard to follow, but I like where you're going.
Ryan's family has a little dog. Real good. What, you wanted me to give it my all? I'm throwing stuff on the table.
Insults, not personal information. You're giving him a dossier on my life.
This is supposed to be the season of respecting the ghosts, and every time I'm trying to do that, you yell at me to disrespect them.
I'm telling you to be true to who you are.
I mean, that is certainly valid.
Okay,
Because I am living a lie otherwise.
Well,
Because
then be
we're
yourself.
talking to air.
The chapel is also an active area of the reformatory. There are rumors of the chapel being used as a place of executions prior to becoming a chapel, and ghosts are known to grab people who attempt to leave.
We're coming up.
This should be a good place, though.
It should be. Then again, you would also think that the spirits that are hanging out in the chapel are kind of mocking the community. So,
Yeah, but Jesus. Is Jesus here?
I read that.
At this moment, our audio recorder picks up a voice saying, "I am not."
Is Jesus here?
I have no idea.
What?
Well, clearly he is.
Is Jesus
Yeah,
here?
because he said I. He's answering, I'm not here. Shh, I'm not here. It's either that or it's the devil. I don't know. I just.
But then Jesus is the devil? Is that
Okay,
what
so
you're
this,
saying?
well, I'm saying it's the devil pretending to be Jesus. He's playing like a little game.
But then he would say,
I am here. It's me, Jesus. That's true. I guess that doesn't. You know what it is? I just am nerved. I'm unnerved by something answering a question about Jesus. That's a ghost hanging out in a chapel for some reason, which seems like a weird place for someone to spend if they're trapped for eternity.
I don't know. Chalk it up to the usuals.
I think it's pretty clear.
Chalk it up to the usuals. That's just me. I mean, go through.
Okay, well, I think it's a pretty clear voice, and it answered your question in a A little tricky way, but intelligently. I am not. Holy moly.
This is quite a room.
I mean, it is a chapel. I gotta say, for a prison chapel, I did not expect it to be this expansive.
Isn't bad.
All right. My name's Ryan. That's Shane.
And we're here to make a connection with you. We want you to feel comfortable and safe when you reach out to us. So please know that we are very non-judgmental. We don't care about what crimes you've committed.
This is a place of worship and forgiveness.
And we respect you.
You must be lonely. If you don't want us to leave, you should say something now.
Place sucks.
You could go home with him. He'll break you out of this joint.
Hop on me. I'll give you a little piggyback ride all the way home to sunny Los Angeles.
Last chance. What's your name? Is that muffled conversation?
Very peculiar.
Where's it coming from? Oh, I see it. There's a bird right there.
Oh, there's a bunch up there. Hey, bros.
Now that is one big pile of shit.
Hey.
When it comes to guards with a penchant for doling out punishment, our last location is perhaps the darkest, a place referred to as the Hole. The Hole was the name given to the solitary confinement cell block of the prison. This block was reserved for those being punished. Legend has it that in the late 1930s, as punishment for a riot, 120 prisoners were forced to shove themselves into the 12 solitary confinement cells for a week without food. This incident reportedly resulted in madness and some deaths. Reportedly horrifying happenings occurred in the Hole, including an inmate hanging himself, a guard being killed by inmates, an inmate lighting himself on fire, one instance where 2 inmates entered the Hole together and only one walked out, with the other being discovered dead, his body stuffed under the bunk. In other words, this is a rather horrible place, and as with most horrible places, we'll investigate it individually.
We're going to do that thing where I go first and you go second, and that'll be fun for you because you get to build up the anticipation and get very scared.
Yeah, really good.
While I just walk around, probably won't take it very seriously.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. If there's anyone here, my name is Shane, and I'd like to talk to you. I have a microphone in my pocket, and if you put your lips real close to it and whisper something, my friend will have proved that ghosts are real.
How did it come to this? I really do wonder sometimes, how did I end up in this spot? Walking through solitary confinement by myself in the middle of the night in a haunted prison. Is this what I wanted in life? I don't think it is.
Please try to say something intelligent and coherent. Say, I don't pick the food here. This is a bad time for me. Can you please stop talking? Something. I'm going to give you the floor now. You know what? For the hell of it, I'm going to turn out my light. It's going to be pitch black here in a prison. Here we go.
I didn't walk down my cell block.
Here's a nice thing. Somebody looks like they beat the shit out of this. That is. Ooh, Yoza. These appear to be the solitary rooms, I think. They have those tiny little doors on them. I'm going to jump into one of these, feel out the space. Oh, no. I'm going to be quiet now. If you're a ghost, reach out to me, please. I welcome your thoughts. I respect. Because that's what I'm doing this season. Of this attempting to do. Here I go. I'm getting quiet now. Let her rip.
It's nice over here. I like it.
If that's somebody up there, make that noise again in your cell.
I fucking hate this place. I really do.
It's got some charm. I'm not even kidding about that.
Time to face the music, huh? Let's send the right guy to the hole.
Very scary, the things you said to me. I don't know if my friend Ryan is going to respond quite so well.
You do know I hate you, right?
It's pretty spooky. I sat in one of the solitary cells and just really, I tried to put myself in their shoes. I think you learn a little bit.
Wow. I hate this part of the episode. I mean,
Ghosts, here he comes.
Jesus Christ, that's loud.
Here comes your boy Ryan Bergara. Okay, well, good luck. Off you go.
Okay, well, as Mr. Chang said, my name is Ryan. I'm very scared right now. So know that if you're scared, I promise you I'm more scared.
Ryan's out there doing something.
Do know that if you show yourself, I have a camera. I will see you. And everybody will know you exist, and I win.
He seems to be handling them well this season. Probably. Growing up, you know?
If there's anybody up here with me, I just have to chill as a shit.
We had to do it sometime. I don't know how he's going to fare. He was a little rattled earlier in the night.
Well, I'm going to sit on one of these, and they're disgusting. Okay. Sitting in a solitary cell by myself. Good shit, right? Okay, let's fire up the spirit box. Alright. My name's Ryan. Can you say Ryan back? You say Ryan? No escape, huh? What's the name of the jail we're at right now? Psycho. Who's in this cell? Whose cell am I in? Can you say my name? My name is Ryan Bergara. What did you do? Why are you here? Good. Obviously you were good.
Frank Mark saw that.
What?
What does it say?
Sounds to me like it's saying we first board at dusk.
We first board at dusk.
Yeah, let's do it again.
So we were speaking to the Goulds, and we said, please tell us an important message. And he got up to the mic and said, first board at dusk.
It could be a metaphor. I don't know.
I don't go speaking in metaphors.
I don't know. I would go speak.
Checkmate.
All right, I'm gonna turn this off for the last part here. It is alarmingly silent now in here. What was that? Who was that? Reveal yourself. Could you make a noise? Could you bang on one of your cells? I'll come to you. Ah, fuck. is that?
Please.
If you want to talk, I have such all the hairs standing up my body. Time's up. Thank fucking God. Too late. Won't get to know. Sayonara, motherfucker. The Rye guy is out.
What are you gonna say to them?
No. Take a good look at this face. You ain't never gonna see it again. You had your chance. See that little dance? That's the last thing you're ever gonna see. Adios. Oh fuck, I forgot the spirit box. Shit.
Go get it.
I have my hands with me. I'm back. Ha ha ha. Isn't that funny how that happens? Fuck, where did I leave this shit? Oh boy, what have you done, Ryan? What have you done? I found you, motherfucker. Oh god, this is the best part where you just feel so much joy and happiness. I remember all that's good for.
This is you at your most loathsome.
Yeah.
After spending a night roaming the unsettling cell blocks of Ohio State Reformatory, I can see why many feel the prison is haunted. Even without the history, the visuals presented are enough to make the imagination run wild. But whether or not Ohio State Reformatory is definitively haunted will remain unsolved.
So right now we're gonna go retrieve the static cam from the chair room, and if this chair is not where I left him, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
What if the chairs are stacked like in Poltergeist?
That would be equally insane.
Oh, this is so weird. They're in the same spot.
In the same spot, how about that?
Very curious.
Very good.
Something about this seems a little fishy. That ghost is supposed to move that.
He was. I can't say I'm not disappointed, because I am disappointed with whatever's in this room.
Tough season for you guys.
It's a big ask. Once again, tough season.
Tonight, something strange happened in the skies over Arizona that still hasn't been fully explained, an event now known as the Phoenix Lights. No one knows for sure what happened that night in the skies over Arizona in March, but thousands of people saw something.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we investigate the Phoenix Lights, a possible UFO sighting in Phoenix, Arizona. This case is regarded by many to be one of the bigger UFO cases of all time, mainly because of the amount of witnesses. You already look like you're in your scope. I love it.
A lot of times it's like, this person saw it, abducted by humans, but nobody had a camera.
Well, not today. Not today. Yes. Spoiler.
We didn't even look. Oh, there you go.
There's so much heat in here.
March 13th, 1997, around 7 p.m., a stream of about 5 lights in a V formation appeared in the sky above Phoenix, Arizona. The National UFO Reporting Center reported that the first call regarding the lights came in at 8:16 p.m. from a retired police officer in Calden, Arizona, which is about 2 hours north of Phoenix. The retired police officer reported he saw, quote, a cluster of red-orange lights arranged in a V formation, end quote. The National UFO Reporting Center reportedly began to get a flood of calls from south of Calden, suggesting the lights were moving in a southeastern direction. Allegedly, there were over 700 witnesses, including pilots, police officers, and military officials, that were lighting up the National UFO Reporting Center switchboards, looking for an explanation. Some described the lights as squares, others said triangles. A large amount of witnesses described the lights as part of a singular massive craft, a craft that made swims.
So some people saw a crowd. Got a bubble, I got an air bubble in the throat. This is scary. I don't sound like myself. I sound like an alien. You sound like I'm like okay. Yeah, you know, that's that thing. You look in the dark.
Yeah, gotta be people all hallucinating.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, some of them did. Some of them didn't. Not hallucinating. I'm saying some of the people.
It is identical. I was all connected. What's my mind doing?
Here's a crazy
March?
guy. No, this may be, I may be going over deep. But it's 700 people who take off.
What is? That's the question.
One man named Terry Proctor captured one of the only videos of this event. The grainy, low-quality video, which I can't show you due to copyright, seemingly displays 5 lights in a V-like pattern in the sky. Around 10 p.m., a second set of as many as 9 lights appeared in the sky, seemingly hovering in the same spot. Whether these lights are related to or are in fact the same lights from the 7 p.m. set is unclear. However, it's this set of lights that provided most of eyewitness testimony, as it was later in the night after the buzz of the first sighting had people on alert.
It seems not the usual MO for aliens, right? To sort of do the.
This is a weird case because there's a possibility that one was legit and one actually was something normal or was something else. So it confuses things. Or they were the same. I think either is just as likely. I think it's possible that Caesar did know they were going to see fucked up with a sleep deal, forgot to turn on the cloaking device or some crazy shit like that. And now he's fired and he's looking for work. His wife is it's a really bad situation. A laser printer technician named Dana Bellinger witnessed the craft from his yard in Phoenix. Quote, you can see the outline of the mass behind the lights. You couldn't actually see the mass. It was more like a great distortion of the night sky. Waving. I don't know exactly what it was, but I know it's not a technology the public has heard of. And Tim Lee, a management consultant, described the event saying, quote, it was astonishing and a little frightening. It was so big and so strange. You couldn't actually see the object. All you could see was the outline, and something was blotting out the stars. The lights looked like gas. There was a distortion on the surface. Also, the light didn't spill out or shine. I've never seen a light like that. End quote. According to a USA Today article from the time, air traffic controllers could not see the lights on radar, despite seeing them with their own eyes in the sky. That's pretty ridiculous. The airplane can see them on the radar. So it's not a based off of reports, it appears that the mysterious spacecraft was enormous, made no sound, moved slowly, and on occasion would hover over an area. Phoenix physician Dr. Lincoln Tay was a witness of these lights and states, quote, it was a mile-wide formation of these orbs, and I confidently head-on turning into a beam, end quote. Witness Sue Watson described the craft as, quote, a shopping mall flying over my home. It had these lights in front, and then it was totally illuminated underneath, like a yellowish amber. It was a totally rented boomerang shape, end quote. Videos of this second event show the string of 9 lights hovering in the sky. The lights illuminate off and on, randomly, over the course of a couple minutes, while floating in what could be described as a loose V-like formation. Other videos captured the event of March 13, 1997, and according to a USA Today article, quote, computer analysis of the tapes puts the object at 6,000 feet long, or more than a mile, end quote.
With these things, I tend to put it first on spooky military activity, more so than extraterrestrials. It just seems like a big gamble for extraterrestrials to just, I mean, if they're coming down at night in the first place, clearly, and they're trying to cloak themselves, well, great. Maybe hang outside, a few miles outside.
I mean, really, it's not that much of a gamble. What's the gamble? They're clearly more advanced than us. What's going to happen? Okay, we see them. We did see them. We're not going to attack them.
So hop on by around the afternoon.
Because maybe
Let's get some peepers on that.
well, maybe they saw us and they were like, not interested. It's quite right. But like an 80-year-old man right there.
Whatever.
Quinder. Yeah. I think maybe they saw they came to check out resources. They didn't like what they saw, so they left. While there are people who say the lights were part of one giant craft, there are others who believe the lights themselves were the crafts. A truck driver named Bill Schreiner's recollection of the event seems to suggest the latter. Schreiner said that his truck route took him within a mile of the Air Force Base. He states that he witnessed two orbs, one of which was floating over the Air Force Base. At that moment, 3 F-16s took off, and after a moment, the orb pursued one, but then shot up into the sky and disappeared. Quote, before this, if anybody had told me they saw a UFO, I would have said, yeah, and I believe in the tooth fairy. Now I've got a whole new view. I may be just a dumb truck driver, but I've seen something that no one told me. I wish the government would just admit it. What it's like in this city right now is like having 50,000 people in a stadium watching football game, and then having someone tell us we weren't there. End quote.
Love this guy.
Yeah, I love it. He's like, he realizes that the first thing is skeptics will say,
Yeah.
check that.
Yeah. I was gonna say. You got me there.
And then he gave a solid analysis of people watching a sporting event and then having people
And he also gave me, I was a skeptic until I saw this defense. Oh yeah, and I believe in the future. Go fuck yourself.
With a three-pronged attack.
That's pretty good.
This guy is, he's a savant when it comes to rhetoric.
Yeah.
May 6th, during a council meeting, City Councilwoman Frances Farley asked City Manager Frank Fairbanks if there was going to be an investigation. Quote, I asked if anybody knew what this object was, and could we check into it. I was met by a whole bunch of stares. End quote. She claims that following the meeting, the city manager approached her and said, quote, you shouldn't have asked that question. End quote. Then, the Arizona Republic published a cartoon of City Councilwoman Barwood with a light switch on her forehead and a button on her jacket saying, quote, I love UFOs. End quote. Barwood continues, the mayor's office put signs on my picture in the hallway, and I found out afterwards they handed out business cards with my name on it that said, speak into the tinfoil, I will hear you. End quote. Despite being ridiculed, Barwood began receiving phone calls from other witnesses, all describing the same thing. Nonetheless, for a while, the case went unacknowledged until a USA Today article released 3 months later on June 18, 1997, described the event, effectively bringing the story into the national spotlight. From the article, quote, on March 13th, hundreds of people reported an enormous object or objects in the night sky. It's the most confounding UFO report in 50 years. So far, there is no explanation. The government is not investigating. Local and federal agencies disagree over who should first report. End quote.
Yeah, I guess it didn't. So there's been almost no coverage of it up
No.
until here.
And this is 3 months after this.
But this is before YouTube.
Yeah, no one got to wonder, well, holy shit.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I mean, for example, remember like a couple months ago when the SpaceX launch happened?
Yeah.
And it looked like the sky was breaking? If that happened in 1997 and we didn't have Twitter, everyone would think it was Yeah. Of course, the government was, to their credit, able to give an explanation. They even announced that it happened. They said this shit, you know, it was a covert operation. So in that case, I don't know if it's too, but the internet is, or it could be construction. The end of us. The country hungry for answers. Then Governor Fi Symington held a press conference where he claimed he knew who was responsible and brought out the accused.
And now I'll ask Officer Stein and his colleagues to escort the accused into the room so that we may all look on the guilty party. He's getting too close to your witnesses.
And it's here that this story gets interesting, because despite making a joke of the event, Governor Symington would later publicly admit that he too had seen the craft. Quote, I saw a huge craft come right over Squaw Peak. It was just breathtaking. As a pilot and a former Air Force officer, I can definitively say that this craft did not resemble any man-made object that I've ever seen. It was certainly not high-altitude flares, because I've never seen flares flying formation. Unquestionably, it was a
there's probably a lot of things that go through drug use. Sure, but not when the governor in question and the state board of people that are progressive. You would think that they would be like, a lot of people but instead they ostracize him, they keep him on the outside, they wonder what he's going to do, maybe go run us down. I would be more concerned with the good person. I'm just saying that if they had talked to him, they would have because he would have had the good person. But then he's still like a loose cannon. Not necessarily. They can't know for sure that if they change something, it's going to. He could go nuts. They don't know. Yeah, you can because it's your job. If I'm just saying, by keeping someone in the dark, if you're giving them the liberty to say whatever they want, with no basis. I mean, it has a little bit of basis. He's a governor saying something, so that already inherently has a little bit of basis. But he doesn't know more than anyone else. I know it's the thing, but it just makes it look more suspicious.
With that, let's get into the theories, of which there are only 2. The first theory, the official explanation from the Air Force, that the lights witnessed in the sky were merely flares dropped in a training exercise from high altitude that night. The military states that the flares were dropped over the Berry and Coldwater Range near Gila Bend, Arizona. Though, it's worth noting that Tucson's Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, the base that allegedly carried out the training exercise, originally stated that it had no planes in the air at the time. Former F-16 pilot Ty Groves believes that the lights may well have been military flares. He said that flares go where the wind takes them. Agrees he had been able to carry all of them at an equal distance. In June of that year, a local news anchor taped another flare drop by the military. And skeptics suggest it bears a striking resemblance to the Phoenix Lights. One important detail is what time the military reportedly dropped flares on the night of the Phoenix Lights. The flare drop apparently occurred around 10 p.m., aka the same time sightings of the second set of lights were reported. But while that possibly explains those lights, that still offers no explanation for the first set of lights that were seen nearly 3 hours earlier. One man, named Mitch Stanley, claims that during the time of the first sighting, he happened to be using a high-powered telescope capable of seeing 1,500 times more light than the human eye. He looked at the first set of lights. He claims they were planes. While compelling, this story seems odd when you consider the fact that no planes were reported in the air during the time of the first sighting. And since it wasn't just one light, but rather 5 lights, it seems odd that there would be 5 unaccounted for planes flying in tight formation.
My gut tells me it's just some shady military activity. Good stealth.
No, they've only given one explanation for the second set of lights, and even that explanation is shit.
I'm thinking the shit. This one's shit. I just think the flares, even if you do buy the flares, sure, the first set of lights still unexplained, except for one dude with a telescope who's completely innocent. And why the fuck is this guy with a telescope? He just happens to be using a telescope at the exact time for like the craziest event of all time. You gotta be honest, telescope people are weird. Because he's actually he's a favorite among skeptics. They're like, see, this guy was using a high-powered telescope with mom.
No, I don't doubt that he was, that him and his mama were out with their telescope. I'm just saying telescope people, how much are they spending on these telescopes? They're going to be out there every single night with like a margarita. See what I find. Oh, that's true.
Empty sky again. Oh, wow, what a night. Well, that's been 8 hours. I guess I'll go to sleep because the sun's coming up. They're basically,
Then he says to his mom, good scoping.
Yeah.
Good scoping, son.
when are you going to move out?
Which brings us to our next theory, that the lights were not flares, but actual UFOs, and perhaps proof of extraterrestrial life. At the 3rd-year anniversary of the lights, another flare demonstration was performed to attempt to mimic the lights, this time by the National Guard. But people remained unconvinced that this was what they witnessed 3 years earlier. The flares, quote, flickered and moved dramatically, end quote, and not in the bizarre group fashion of the Phoenix Lights. Jim Delatosa, a special effects expert, analyzed videos of the lights and said, quote, I have no idea what they were, end quote. He and his team detailed the orbs as, quote, a perfectly uniform light, with no variation from one edge to the other, and no glow. They have ruled out lasers, flares, holograms, and aircraft lights as sources, end quote. To gain further insight on this case, we sat down with an aliens expert, Giorgio A. Sequels. What do you think the possibility is accurate?
Well, we know it happened. So, well, we do know what happened. I agree. We don't know what the
Turn the fridge on.
It's fascinating is that which is also seen by thousands of people, same triangular formation, and then also the individual lights. So,